Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So if you're interested in building and participating with your own lineup to potentially earn some nice payouts, maybe it's time to check out Prize Picks for yourself. Download the app today and use the code SACRED when you sign up. That's SACRED. To get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's the sign-up code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 374. I feel like we just did episode 374, but I guess not. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today in your light-saturated room. How are you?
Yeah, I gotta figure this out. I feel like I'm ascending into heaven, which is clearly not the case.
Right.
Yeah, man. It's I was telling you before we started, like I just feel like it's one of those. I don't have these days often, but like it's one of those days where it's like I know I slept, but I feel like I didn't. It's almost like I blinked when I went to bed last night, and then my eyes opened, and then it was daytime, and I was like, well, this is horrible.
Right.
I feel like I got nothing out of that. So
maybe you've accrued a sleep debt.
Oh, but that's incredibly likely.
I don't like when I wear this shirt because it looks like I have a sweat. You know, like, do you see this?
I see a little darker there.
Yeah, like but it's the mic. You see, it's the mic.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know,
either that or it's very agile sweat.
Right, which it could be because I'm a fucking sweater. I'll tell you what, I'm sweating all over the goddamn place all the time. Well, it's good to see you. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well rested.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, for your windows, I mean, yeah, it's a bright shot, but
it is. You
just moved your desk. We talked about this on a Sacred Symbols Plus episode that's going to go live soon, so you'll figure it out.
Yeah. I'll get maybe a sheer curtain will probably fix it, dampen it a little bit. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Chris, when you look towards the light, it makes it look like you're like in an anime, you know, and like sometimes it like the glasses will get whited out. That's exactly what it looks like, dude.
Yeah, it's true. It is exactly what it looks like. Well,
maybe I'll keep it. Maybe I'll have it look horrible forever.
You'll figure it. I mean, I've had so many bad looking shots when we were starting to do the show, you know, and then I just and then over time I just kind of figured it out. I mean, not that the shot looks great, but at least it's decently lit and
it's good.
It's fine.
It's balanced,
right?
Which is the ideal kind of part of it. It reminds me of like Maddie's early camera when he was filming in his office, and he was always like enshrouded in darkness, basically.
Right. And Ben used to have Ben's office was really small, and I think he used to get mad at me though because I was like, it looks like you're broadcasting from the Soyuz or something, like some sort of like 6x6 box that you have to live in for years at a time.
Yeah.
But he always got a little sensitive about that. I don't know why. Always felt that way to me. And I always felt bad about it, but then I couldn't stop saying it. So it was a little bit of a, you know, I didn't know what to do. Should I just not say it the next time, or should I just go with my instinct and say whatever the first thing that's on my mind?
I think the ideal is if you get the impression someone's feeling uncomfortable, just keep pushing.
Right.
Yeah.
Push through
That's the best advice anybody can give is when you feel that somebody is uncomfortable around you, exacerbate it as much as possible.
It's exposure therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to be here with you, Chris. Thanks for being here. Dustin Furman, executive producer. What's your shirt? I can't quite make it out.
It's The Boy and the Heron, which is a Studio Ghibli movie.
Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't have recognized that, I don't think.
Oh, that's the Robert Pattinson one, right?
Yes. I've not watched the dub version. I'm sure he's awesome in it though. I should watch the dub because that sounds intriguing. Because he is the titular heron, I believe.
I heard he did like really, really well. I haven't seen it. It's the only one I haven't seen.
Oh, it's fantastic. Highly recommend
the newest
it.
One?
Yeah, it's the newest one.
And that's the last one, I guess, right?
Who knows? Miyazaki keeps saying he's going to quit, but apparently he is working on something.
Miyazaki,
right
it is Miyazaki in the famous image of the guy smoking with glasses up on his head, right?
Yeah, he says anime was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, legendary.
I mean, he's like the Oppenheimer of anime.
In some ways,
he unleashed a poison.
Yeah,
and he could have undid it, and everyone around him was kind of like, you didn't have to do this,
right?
You chose.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
I'm not saying he invented anime, but he certainly proliferated it.
Sure. I'm doing okay today. It's fall in Western PA overnight, just suddenly fall. So I immediately had to get the flannel out. I feel most comfortable like this, so it feels good. Let's see what. Oh, here's something new. I used look at this V-Bucks. I got V-Bucks on my desk here, so I'm. Now you could accuse me I'm compromised because this was part of my Summer Game Fest swag bag.
Oh, okay.
So I got 15 V-Bucks, but why? Why? And here, the code's on the back, but it doesn't matter. I already used it. I had to get the gorillas on Fortnite.
Oh.
Am I going to play Fortnite right now? No, I'm not feeling it. Maybe at some point, but I had this $15, corporate. Now I'm a corporate shill. This was given to me. And so yeah, I went in, I bought the 2D and noodle pack for Fortnite. Pretty nice.
You should have you should have hustled a kid on, not even hustled. I mean, made a good deal with a kid on the street. Been like, I'll give you this for $10. 10.
Yeah, Dustin, approach children on the street, Dustin.
Yeah. I think I should approach a kid. What do the kids want? Is it like a Juul pen? The vape.
You're right.
Right. Over to Zen at this point.
Right. A vape.
I thought you were talking about just jewels.
Yeah, jewels. They love jewels. They love jewels and precious metals.
Yeah.
Precious metals.
Right. Can I interest you in a ruby, little boy?
Yeah.
Little boy. Oh, the Southern answer.
This $15 card did not cover the entire pack.
I believe that. I was about to ask.
I'm sure.
Because I'm pretty sure like even skins by themselves are like $20.
I had some from literally years ago on my account.
Oh, okay.
And then I used this, and then I had to spend $2. I was like, you know what? They can have my $2 at some point. I want to use this. The problem, though, boys, this is the conundrum I'm in. I was saving these V-Bucks and the one on my account for the inevitable One Piece collab. And now, when that happens, I'm going to have to spend out of my own pocket.
Yep.
Like a fucking retard.
You have to do it.
Well, alas.
You're not a fake fan anyway.
No.
I didn't know you had such passion for the gorillas.
I was, dude, when Demon Days came out, Demon Days was absolutely my shit. Plastic Beach also.
Plastic Beach is fantastic.
Brad and I, okay, you love hearing about the Brad Dustin romance. Let me tell you this.
Yeah.
When we were in Los Angeles, we're driving back and forth to Summer Game Fest every day because it took about an hour from his house. We didn't know. Brad was like playing, like he just, put on the Beatles or something on his phone. I don't know, like maybe there was a vibe between him and I that like when he had to like perform, like play music that he knew that I would
accommodate you. Right.
Yeah. So he was playing like Beatles and stuff like that. And this was like maybe on the last day or something. And he was like trying to figure out what to play. And he's like, let's go with this. Puts on Plastic Beach. And I'm like, Brad, I had no idea. You were a Plastic Beach man.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't really know Brad's where he stands with music, like what he's really into. I can't get I've never talked to him about it, but sometimes you can get a vibe. Like for instance, I have nu metal earrings. That's a pretty good intention. That's a pretty good sign that Colin likes rap metal.
He strikes me just like you. Has not evolved since his 20s.
Nice
in music taste.
Love that.
But you're from different, somewhat ranges.
Right. Right. I came up during the seminal moment in rock music. So I obviously was able to absorb all of that.
The seminal Limp Bizkit break stuff.
Mushroom Head. Mudvayne. Slipknot. Sometimes I was watching like I just go through phases on YouTube and I was like watching so much Slipknot for like 2 weeks before I went to bed. Where I was just like, watching old performances from like 1999. It's like, what am I doing? Awesome. I got to get a fucking grip on my life. No, I don't.
I recently felt, so do you guys remember how there was like all the AI voice videos from like a year or two ago? I recently, because I've been watching King of the Hill and looked up a few clips on YouTube, I found AI Hank Hill sings One Last Breath from Creed.
Nice.
And I enjoyed it way more than I should have. And then I also found Big Iron. You know the song Big Iron? I think it's in
Fallout.
I just said Big Iron like I was from Pittsburgh.
Big Iron.
I just said Big Iron. Oh, wow, that was not.
I mean, that's where you're from.
I say Sacred Leg on purpose. I did not just do that on purpose. Goodness.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. That's where you're from.
But yeah, Hank Hill sings Big Iron. And I also enjoyed it heavily. Big Iron on his hip.
That works perfect for him too.
Oh, dude, it's amazing.
I remember seeing that too, and I was like, this fits like astronaut. This fits arguably better than the original.
Chris, I was just talking to. I mentioned you to Holly the other day after we were, I think, on the stream, because I was like, you know what? I'm pissed off because Chris brings out a new impression just right off the cuff of Hank Hill. It's perfect.
Oh, I don't remember.
Why can't I do that? I can't do anything. You just got this natural.
It's a useless skill, I will tell you.
No, it's not.
It does nothing for me at all,
dude. I think it does. I think it does some amazing things for this show, at least. So
it's got to do something for someone.
Good.
So I try to use it for podcasts and stuff, but I love. I've been getting so into King of the Hill lately,
dude.
I've had it on like
Me
always,
too.
basically in the background. It's hysterical.
There's an episode in season 2 we just watched last night that was particularly awesome where Hank is trying to buy a dryer, but his credit is bad. And he figures out because he had never returned a tape at a video store. So he goes to the video store and they claim that he rented a porn tape. And so the whole episode is about him like trying to prove his innocence of why he didn't watch this porn tape, which involves him finding all these clues. He's so bent on proving his innocence of not watching porn. He ends up watching all this porn to prove that like the porn wasn't out yet. So it's like, how could I have rented it when it wasn't out yet? I spoiled the episode a little bit, but it's not going to.
That's
it's okay. It's from 1999.
Yeah, there's so many. That show is deceptive because like I remember being a kid and being like, this is boring. It's just like adults doing boring shit. And then as early as like season 1 or 2, they're fishing with crack cocaine.
Dude.
You know, and it's just like, what? This is an insane. Like that feels like a season like 15 premise for like a show like that. You know what I mean? But it's like season 2, they're already like doing weird shit like this. The earliest, my earliest memory of King of the Hill was like it was probably just YouTube animations. I think there was one where like it was like Hank Hill as Ash. And he was or like a Pokemon thing, and he was like, Butterfree, go, Butterfree, I choose you. And it was and the Butterfree turns around and has Bobby's face after it gets knocked down, and he goes, "That's okay, Dad." And that was like for years, that was like my only understanding of King of the Hill, and I was like, it's not even that crazy.
It's funny, man. Like, Mike Judge is just an interesting person. It's like Kevin Smith and other things where like there's just a certain style and humor about the things you do that it all makes it all attractive. Because Dagan will always talk about, you know, the early stuff. He got noticed because he did Liquid Television. I don't know if you guys, that was before you were born, but I was a really little kid, but that was like a big MTV animation block. And Beavis and Butthead came out. I remember it came out when I was in 4th grade, and it was like. Like I was obsessed with that. I wasn't even really like, that was one of the few things my parents had a problem with. Mm-hmm. And I would watch it. I would always sleep over my friend Tim's house, and we would watch it. And I was like, this is so awesome. And then you like get into King of the Hill, which I also loved when it was out for a few years. I didn't watch it much after like high school, but it came out when I was in 8th grade, I want to say. And then because Beavis and Butthead was done, and then he went into that. And then Office Space is around that same time. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like there's just something, it's the Gen X stuff. I'm not Gen X, I'm an elder millennial, but I grew up with 3 Gen X siblings, and I feel the vibe from that. And it's very familiar and warm in a way. It's weird to call like Beavis and Butthead or Office Space or any of these things warm, but it's just very familiar to a certain space of time in American history. And so I've always really liked, and I never even saw, like, he did Silicon Valley, which I never.
Great show.
Yeah, and I heard that was awesome too, but I've actually never watched that, and I don't know anything else that he did, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
I watched Idiocracy for the first time this year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it's not amazing. Like, I don't think that everyone has to watch it or anything, but it's pretty good and actually very funny in context. Now it's at the point where it's starting to get a little older. I just watched a clip, like, apparently the costume designer was like, have everyone wear, there's this startup selling these ugly plastic shoes they're not going to make it. We should just buy these and have everyone in the movie wear them. Those are Crocs. And so that's why everyone in Idiocracy, in the dumb future, everyone wears Crocs. And it's like, well,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Micah just set an alarm like 2 days ago to get like,
the Animal Crossing Crocs.
Yeah, Animal Crossing Crocs. Right.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm sending you guys on the Sacred Symbols iOS thread. I keep looking over at my right monitor because I was just listening to Bob Seger and he's just making eye contact with me over and over again. Like he's looking right at me and it's freaking me out every time I look over at him. So just wanted like the top, like the Silver Bullet Band album cover on the top, right?
Yeah.
That's like what I've made eye contact with him like 25 times. That's why I keep like
I'm kind of interested in this.
He looks like he's on the show almost.
This is a nice figure you got here of the Cobra guy.
Oh, that's a Storm Shadow. I have it here. It's actually a lamp. It's a figure, but it's made into a lamp. So he like is holding the lamp.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome.
See, you got to keep these
peak design.
You're not so, you and I aren't so different. You know?
No, we're not.
We're not so different.
No. We're not so different. You and I.
Jojo, I mean,
but we're kind of different.
We're a little different. You don't have a Misato figure over here, do you?
No, I don't have anything. Well, my desk is a fucking disaster right now. I don't know what I have here. I have this book, Game Over. I have I was measuring with this. So we're going to do Gears of War. By the time this goes live, an hour after this goes live on Patreon, Micah and I and Dustin are going to stream Gears of War cross-platform. We were getting it going and I was thinking about it. I downloaded it when it came out and my internet was really slow in here because it's on Wi-Fi and I'm like, I can't play like this, obviously. So I bought another cable, like a cable that I'm just running down the stairs again into my, and Mike, this is driving Micah insane, by the way. She's like figuring out how to fix this problem. But I bought a thin Ethernet cable. I didn't know I didn't know they existed.
Yeah,
I was so skeptical of it. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
I've been exclusively using the flat ones for a long time. It's so convenient. Like just like not having to like being able to go like into the creases indoors and stuff. And I haven't noticed that much existed. I haven't noticed that much of a difference. I'm sure there's some kind of trade-off. Maybe they last not as long, but I haven't had a problem with them at all.
Yeah. Surely you could hire a contractor for a few hours. I think they could wire your room up because I know that problem is your room doesn't have Ethernet. Mm-hmm. But with you having a modern home that is already mostly wired, because there is a different wire to that room, right?
Yeah, I have two different wires in here now.
Because
you can see actually the wire. You can see the white wire over my drums.
I meant like hard, like there's a port in the wall.
No, there's not. There is not an Ethernet port. Is there
any other kind of port?
Yeah, there's like a cable port, I think, or something. So I think they can come and transfer. This is the thing. This is like Micah gets weird about certain things, like which I totally understand. But there was like a list because I'm comfortable around the listeners and the viewers, right? Like we've had a few weird experiences, but generally speaking, everyone's great, and I've made real friends and connections and. And a guy reached out to me. I think he was in Maryland, and he does this kind of thing. And he's like, I own a small company. I mean, it's like totally out of our area, but I'll drive down and actually like hook this all up for you. And then I kind of put it off. And then I asked Micah, I was like, I know it bothers you. So I'm like, you can take care of this if you want. And I think she read that as me saying like, I want you to do it. And to me, I was like, just hire someone. And then I was like, I have a person that's actually a listener that would be willing to do it. And she was like, I don't want anyone to come to the house or whatever. So I was like, okay. So I have no other solution. So I would hire someone as well, but it's just one of those things she doesn't want to do.
Yeah.
Which I understand. I mean, but I just believe in the decency of people. I just don't know that most people are out there to really hurt you. So
right.
I just believe that.
I think there are a few listeners that have my address. James Solar. Thank God he's locked up in Arkham. But he sends me a Christmas card every year.
Well, he gets on work release. Let's remember.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
I actually emailed with him and just a couple days ago, and I told him that he was autistic. So
good.
You told him
Thanks for all your hard work, autist.
Well, I
That's
was
what
like,
you
this is
said.
excellent work and highly autistic.
Oh.
You know,
Well,
and
I
it
mean-
really is, and it's wonderful. We connect on that level, believe me.
Yeah.
Like I look at stats and grids and shit like that, graphs. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. You know, that is the stuff, Chris.
Sure. My eyes glaze when I see a stat sheet, and I like immediately. It's like part of me goes to sleep forever, permanently. Like it's gone.
Yeah,
There's a part of my. There's like a. If my soul is an array of candles. Every time I see numbers,
right, and to never come back, no respawn,
to never come back, to never return again.
James Solar, we're still talking about James Solar.
We're still
That's
talking about this.
That's
guy?
like a new top 5 like Trump meme, in my opinion.
Mm.
You know, many such cases or something like that. Like that's up there, but like the whole like we're
that's the big
talking
one, I
about,
think.
we're still talking about. That's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know if that one has as much staying power. It is the most recent one, I think.
Yeah, maybe a
that we've gotten
bias.
that's like that's clung on.
It's funny as fuck. All right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. It's good to be here with all of you today. We appreciate your time, your support, your energies, and your attention. Dustin siphons your energies like some sort of eldritch witch. And that's how he lives his life. Isn't that true, Dustin?
I didn't want to give it up this early.
Yeah.
So thanks for blowing it.
Well, you're welcome. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access to this show and every episode we do and every show that we do across the network, including our Xbox podcast by Cog and Maddie, Defining Duke, Punching Up, which is Brad, Micah, and Gene. That's our Nintendo podcast, and so on and so forth. Some inside, I mean, Brad had already come up. Everyone's juicing Brad up all the time. You know, I feel like he's getting very powerful indeed. He might be the second most powerful after you, Dustin, just in terms of there's a spirit about him. Right. And especially
all he has to do is
Dagon
point and people will follow.
Right.
Or go where he says.
Especially with Dagon gone now, he benefits even more from the like, well, there's got to be someone we don't bust balls with, and it's him now. So very, very, very powerful figure. So yes, patreon.com/laststandmedia early ad free access. We appreciate your support over there. That gets you Discord access and RSS feeds and Spotify access and the ability to submit your inquiries on the various threads in the news feed each week for the various shows that go live and then are deleted promptly. And we do that, of course, so you don't waste your time submitting to things that we don't need anymore. But of course, no ads on audio, early access to audio and video. Please enjoy. Sacred Symbols Plus, also a major perk. That's our weekly supplement to this episode or to these shows where we do deep dives on games and fun little lists. We have a fun little time. Interviews and recently another review discussion and spoiler cast. One that popped up that I didn't expect was going to be available to us. I think we actually kind of made it on the fly during Sacred streaming on Monday. So we recorded it on Wednesday. It goes live Saturday, a day after this goes live. So check it out, Sacred Symbols Plus on patreon.com/laststandmedia, all about the 4th Mafia game, Mafia of the Old Country. Chris and I, along with Lockmort, did about 2 hours on the game. And we all really enjoyed it. And Tyler Van Labrini wrote in and said, hello, CDC. Are you planning to do a spoiler cast for Mafia of the Old Country? I'd be fascinated to hear the LSM crew dive deep into the story because as a massive fan of the Mafia series, I found this one to be disappointing. While I enjoy, the Sicilian vibes, I found the story to be painfully cliche. It's full of interesting setups without any satisfying payoffs. Please give me 2 hours of content telling me how wrong I am. I'll hang up and listen now. We did just that. So please check it out. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Sacred streaming continues unabated, 1 p.m. Eastern time on our YouTube channel each and every Monday. We appreciate people showing up. It's been a lot of fun. The Sacred League Part 2 was this past Monday. You can watch the VOD on Patreon as well, but it's free for everyone to watch live. And of course, we'll have Lockmort do the cut downs of each episode, so you can check those out on YouTube for free the following week. Tomorrow, well, actually, it's today. So when you're listening to this right around the time this goes live, an hour after this goes live on Patreon, like I said earlier, Micah and I, along with Dustin, will be on our YouTube channel for an off-cycle, free-for-all, even in VOD stream. So go check it out later as we play co-op Gears of War. And we did get it all going. I signed into my Microsoft account. I made all sorts of the connections necessary. And then I was like, I can't find you in my list, but it's because I have so many fucking friends. There's like PlayStation logos, and there's like, they're not listed. There's not alphabetical or anything. It just kind of lists everyone that's online. And I had like 187 friends online. So it was like 12 or 13 pages of people. And then it was like all these PlayStation logos. And then she was on like the 8th page, like, the 7 down or whatever. It was a little Xbox logo. I was like, okay, great. So found her, got that all sorted out. And Dustin, you did your stuff to get her to set up on the, on Discord and with the audio and the video and all the rest. Yep. She's going to have a little bit of like a rogue sort of thing going on there.
Yeah. When I was helping set up, I saw Rush in the background.
Oh,
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, this will be the first, well, on a show, maybe you've posted on Twitter, you or Micah, but the view of the Moriarty living room.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing to write home about. It's just a normal everyday living room.
It's nice.
Yeah. I like it. I like my space personally. It's a nice, we have what they call the open concept. So the downstairs is really just one huge room.
The concepts of a living room.
The dining room, the concepts of it, right? The dining room, and you got the kitchen, and you got the living area, the den, kind of. So yeah, cool. Yeah, I wonder what the view. I didn't really think about that. I guess she'll be. I didn't even really think about the lighting and all that, but I'm sure it'll be fun.
It's fine. It's good.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I already read this guy's thing, but I liked his name. Wake up, got a lot of dick to put in a man's butt. That was his name.
That's Chop Suey, right?
Chop Suey.
I think that's what he's doing.
Got a lot of dick to put in.
Wake up! Got a lot of dick to put in man's butt.
Stupid. That's a stretch, my guy.
Yeah.
Did Derek do that?
These are a lot of the names that we get. It's just people making. They don't even clarify the song first. They just kind of like say shit like this and then assume we'll get it. So I'm attuned to this now. Like I spot it. It's like, oh, that's clearly a gay parody.
I like that song.
Suey.
You're ruining it. I like that song. Well, I love that song. Actually,
it is great.
Yeah, that album is sick.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I already went through everything because yes, we are going to be doing Gears. And so we're looking forward to that. And then finally, merch, laststandmedia.store. Get your t-shirts, your sweatshirts, your hats, your stickers, etc., etc. Your copy of Hyproxia physical on PS5 if you like. Bobby Burke wrote in and said, hello, gents. Just wanted to give a shout out to the man at the John Bellion concert at Forest Hills for his Sacred Symbols shirt. I didn't want to issue a stand down in front of your girl, but I was with you in spirit. I didn't even know who this was. John Bellion. And I'm embarrassed by that because he's Long Island's own John Bellion. So I've added him to the list of important people from Long Island, which is very fun. And he was nominated for multiple Grammy Awards for Album of the Year. So it is I who was out of touch, apparently. I'm sure you guys know who this person is, but I don't.
I have no idea.
No, really? Neither of you know that this person is?
I've heard the name. I couldn't name a single song or what he looks like.
And then now here's a guy. Says, what's up? Fellows, can we expect a merch restock or new drop anytime soon? Particularly a stealth shirt restock or a fall hoodie drop? Thanks. I mean, we got to get on it. I mean, it is imminent. Like it's something we have to do in the next. We have to at least make a choice in the next week, I would say. So yeah.
You reminded me. There is one new thing that I'm going to launch today, as of right now. In fact, if you're listening to it's live, there's a new Pope sticker. Live of the new Pope. I don't remember his name. What is it?
Pope American, man.
Pope Americana. Sacred Pope sticker live now.
New Pope.
Go get it.
Leo the 14th.
Leo the 14th. I don't know. I named it when I put it in the Shopify account, but I've already forgotten.
It is. It's Leo the 14th.
Okay. Well, yeah, new sticker. I would show it to you here on camera, but I actually don't have one. They're all at Colin and Micah's house. So.
That's right. Yeah, I saw them. They are very nice. It's nice that we lean into the sacrilegious iconography so deeply at this godless moment in history. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Learn more now by downloading the PrizePicks app today and signing up with the code SACRED. At the time I'm writing this ad, we're a week away from the start of football season, and by the time you hear this, we'll be mere days away. The excitement, as it is each and every year, is truly palpable. And for the responsible and bold amongst us, there's an easy way to make your sports fandom more exciting by exercising some key picks on the PrizePicks app. What makes PrizePicks so tantalizing is its simplicity. The app provides you with a slew of players across a number of popular sports, each of them attached to a specific statistical projection. For the purposes of our discussion, we'll stick with football. So think Joe Burrow throwing for more or less than 2.5 touchdowns, or Saquon Barkley rushing for more or less than 90 yards, all in a specific upcoming game. In fantasy sports style, you compile up to 6 players, complete with your more or less choices, which are then entered into a series of competitions and rule sets of your choosing, perhaps with confidence that you'll hit all of your projections, or maybe exercising some flex rules to lower your ceiling but also to mitigate risk. Deciding in which direction to go is the fun of PrizePicks, which is legal in more than 40 states around the US, offering a variety of easy payment options like Apple Pay and Venmo, and which occupies all but a few minutes of your time as you slot your choices. What's so interesting about PrizePicks at the end of the day is how readable and understandable the entire system is. It's a far cry from what a lot of other formats engender, which is confusion and frustration before you've even played. So if you're interested in building and participating with your own lineup to potentially earn some nice payouts, maybe it's time to check out PrizePicks for yourself. Download the app today and use the code SACRED when you sign up. That's SACRED. To get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's the sign-up code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
All right, let's get into some topics of discussion. I wanted to start actually just giving a shout out to a friend of the show. And so I actually wanted to talk about this last week, but I totally spaced on it. Jake Canto, he's a British artist, and he's an artist of, so it's a KONTOU. His website is jakecontoart.com. So JakeKontoUart.com. The reason that this person is relevant to Last Stand fans and really Colin's Last Stand fans is that he did, before he was famous, he did art for me. He was like a listener and is a listener. And I'll tell you what he's done since then so that people understand why I'm saying he's famous. But if you listen to the Q&As we do on Patreon every week, or every month rather, he's the one that does like the side profile art of me that we still use, like which was like the original Colin's Last Stand art, other than the logos and stuff. But canny people started to notice him, and he ended up making, in more recent years, a shit ton of a beautiful art, official movie posters, game art, and so on. So he did like the box art for Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection. As an example, he did the box art for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. He did a bunch of official Ghost of Tsushima art. He did official Resident Evil 4 art, Final Fantasy 16 art.
Dude, the 16 art is fucking unreal.
And he had, he works for DC Comics and Marvel and all these things. And he did a project with Konami, and it's for a poster for the game that is available now to purchase. And I'm not getting paid for this or anything. I just like him, and I think his art is awesome. And to be honest with you, when I saw the poster, I was thinking to myself, like, wow, that looks like a Jake art, not really thinking anything of it, and thinking like, I would love to get this Metal Gear Solid Delta poster that he's talking about, the Snake Eater poster. So I've procured us all copies of it. Which is cool.
It's so good.
It's on sale until September 12th. And I want to make sure I have the details right, because it's not at his personal website. It is... Okay, I found it. So it's available now, apollogallery.com, APOLLO gallery.com. It's available until September 12th. And it's a really beautiful poster. And I have a few of his other things that I've already framed. We want to get our downstairs painted before the downstairs has just gotten so bruised. It's just white, and it's just gotten so bruised over the years, like people moving around and just scuffling around. I'm like, I want to paint this space, but I don't want to hang things up and then take them down or whatever. So, and I just think it's a beautiful poster, and I'm really, really into the game, as we're going to talk about later. We're all Metal Gear fans. The imagery in Yoichi Shinkawa, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That it's just beautiful. That style, those character designs, and I just really like him. So, I wanted to give a shout out to that. And yeah, you should definitely go check that out if you'd like. at apollogallery.com, which apparently is like his own licensing website that they're doing a bunch of things on. So he's an entrepreneur as well. And I think that Metal Gear fans out there will like that. So yeah, I'm not getting paid or anything like that for that. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because I think it's really beautiful. Have you guys seen this poster?
I've seen the poster and I obviously know the picture of you, but I had no idea, particularly this Uncharted. Like I've seen that, the Legacy of Thieves collection cover. I never connected the dots. That was the same person. So that's amazing. Looking at his portfolio, man, every single one of these is fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's great. He's excellent.
He's got like this Resident Evil 4 art that he did. I've never seen that. Amazing. And I mentioned earlier the Final Fantasy 16 one. Like these would look fucking incredible hung up, framed. Amazing stuff. This is such a cool connection. I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, and actually I knew he was starting to get work. Like industry work that's going to keep him busy and let him do this professionally, which is awesome because he's so talented. But when I moved into my house, so this was like 4 or 5 years ago, I actually pitched him on doing propaganda posters for Cobra, like the G.I. Joe bad guys that I wanted to hang in my house. And he just doesn't, I don't think, have space or time. And he's probably going to be so expensive now as well to do that kind of stuff. But I had this idea. I don't know if it won't really resonate with you, but like, Cobra is supposed to be like it's a terrorist organization, like a comic book terrorist organization, obviously. But like it's supposed to be made up of normal people that like work normal jobs and are like kind of covertly part of it or join it. And they have all these different disciplines within their hierarchy. They have like techno vipers, which are mechanics and whatever. They have, peacekeepers and all these kinds of things. And I was just thinking of an idea of this old school World War II style propaganda art of being like a mechanic, like, split in half with like a mechanic working in a garage. And then like the other side is the mechanic working on like a Cobra vehicle, like in his uniform and like doing those kinds of propaganda posters. So maybe one day, but I mean, as people will see on his website, he did, I think, movie posters for Dune, which is pretty cool. So yeah, shout out to him. Just wanted to, and I'm sorry, I was supposed to talk about this last week, but I totally spaced. So go check it out at your leisure. All right, let's hear from a few other people as we stretch our legs, and then we'll get into the games news. A lot of interesting news this week to get into. Connor Rafter wrote into us though with good news. He says, "Hey guys, I wrote in 7 or 8 weeks ago about my golden retriever Benji, who had been diagnosed with a rare oral cancer. This is just a quick update for anyone who cares. After 2 surgeries and with 25% of his jaw now removed, Benji is officially cancer free. Been a real struggle over the last few weeks and months, but the Last Stand crew has always been there to lift my spirits. The situation would have been immeasurably more difficult without you guys every week. I'd like to thank my fellow listeners too. I received some lovely comments on YouTube after my write-in. Love to you all. That on YouTube. Interesting. Wow. Connor, I'm thrilled for you. Thrilled for Benji. Incredibly sad. Nothing makes me feel more like there isn't an active God that oversees everything than giving a dog jaw cancer. So it's like the most precious, beautiful, innocent, amazing animals. And it's like, yeah, we're going to fuck you up now. I just can't take it. It's just so wrong. It's so sad that this happens even to that. Like we have to deal with it, obviously. And many animals have to obviously deal with it, but just sad.
Yeah.
And you can't explain it to them, like what's going on. I wonder what they think. I've been thinking about that a lot with Treble because we've been getting her like, acupuncture and like shots in her back and stuff to try to like help her with pain and all the rest. And it's like, I wish we can tell you what we're doing. It's probably very confusing to you, but we're trying to let you live. Live, damn it. Connor, congratulations.
Yeah.
Derek Dowdy wrote in and said, "Hello, SS Men. Having been married for 10 years and a listener since day one, I knew better than to intertwine the humor of this podcast into my marriage. But this past weekend, I thought I'd try. Me and my wife were getting ready Sunday morning for church, no less, when she asked me how her dress looked. With the most recent podcast still fresh on my brain, I joked, no one is going to notice this dress because they'll all be staring at your Allegheny Hogs. Her jaw dropped immediately and she shot me a look of disgust. I began to laugh and to try to explain the inside joke between Colin and Micah to no avail. After I gave up trying to climb out of the hole I dug, she calmly replied, please don't ever use the word hog to describe any part of my body again. Needless to say, that's the last time I exposed my wife to the show or its humor, but I already knew better, so joke's on me. Love the show, And thanks for all that you do. What's she upset about? She got them Allegheny Hogs. You got to let them. They're there for the world to see.
Let them oink.
What I like about the word hog is that it's gender neutral.
That's crazy. Let him oink is dastardly work, man. That's a shirt.
Let him oink, girl.
Let him oink.
Is there any? I was just going to say, is there any other word that could be used, like a flippant kind of word in the lexicon that could be used to describe both a male part and a female part, other than hog?
Well, I think that's part of the problem is that it's not normally for women. In this case, it seems like the triggering word was hog.
Right.
To me, Derek, sounds like your wife's being a little bit sensitive here. You were complimenting those Allegheny Hogs. Maybe you wanted to see him oink. And I think that, and even when explained, she still took it the wrong way.
That's not wifely energy.
I can't abide.
What's the most disrespectful word for like the most ridiculous word, like that you would never really use for breasts, but that people do use? The one
Milkers.
I've never earnestly. What is it?
Milkers.
Milkers. That's bad.
That's
I was going to say,
yeah.
I was going to use a more classic one, which was cans.
Cans.
Like I've never earnestly referred to breast as cans before. Like, look at that chick's cans. I've never done that.
I feel like cans is also in the same camp as a rack. Like nice rack.
Rack. I've said rack, definitely.
Yeah.
Can. I think the younger people like to use the word naturals now as well.
The heavy it's heavy naturals.
Heavy naturals.
Yeah. Heavy naturals are big naturals.
Yeah.
Which I think is funny. I think that's a funny one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Brandon recently said that in front of my parents when we were watching Lord of the Rings. It was when Aragorn, there's like the blonde girl that likes him. Brandon's like, come on, man, I go to war for those heavy naturals.
Jeez Louise.
So, yeah.
And he said that during one of the only 3.5 minutes in the entire trilogy where a woman is on screen.
Right.
He really was saving it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of other funny terms, but none are coming to mind for me for some reason.
Titties.
I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Tits. I feel like tits is more offensive than titties.
Tits is like pussy, where it's like that's just the default kind of like. I don't like the word pussy. I think it's like fucking. It's so vulgar.
I looked up a list out of curiosity. Fun bags.
Fun bags. That's a great one. That's a great one.
It's respectful.
Fun bags.
Yeah, very respectful.
Knockers.
Yeah.
Man, there's a lot. Melons.
Melon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
gazongas.
Like yeah, gazongas. I don't.
What the heck?
Gazongas. No.
That
sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like something your grandpa said. Look at them gazongas. Wait, what was it? Bazongas? What is it?
I've seen both of them on this list.
Oh, okay.
GNB.
I would think weird. I would say gazongas. I don't know what I would say because I never said it really.
Gazongas.
Bazongas?
That's a bad one. That just sounds like somebody trying too hard.
It's just like is there anything in the world, or is there anything in English language that has more terms for the same thing than breasts?
I think the Inuit term for snow.
The Inuit, right.
Well, which has more? The different words for penis.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. Cock, yeah.
Pee-pee?
Dick?
Pee-pee is hysterical to me.
Rod.
Pipe?
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's less creative, though, because it's just kind of other... I don't know.
Yeah, it's other phallic things, I guess.
It's just a series of synonyms.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty boring
wiener,
lexicon.
Wiener.
It's a pretty boring lexicon for the penis.
Right. Shaft?
A shaft, dude. Yeah. Nice.
This is a very intellectual conversation. I like that we're really pondering this.
Sean Willie wrote in and said, do you guys wash your legs in the shower?
What? Yes,
why is this a thing? But this is a thing.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it is. That people there are people that don't wash all the parts of their body in the shower. It's a thing.
Oh, what do you mean?
They'll like wash the sensitive areas or whatever, or just like wash the upper, and then the soap just kind of flows down their body, and then that's like that counts. This is a thing.
I'm seeing this now. Like I'm finding there's a YouTube video. Stop washing your legs.
Oh my God.
BuzzFeed. Stop washing this body part in the shower. Experts say.
Why? I'm going to wash every inch of my body.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the whole idea. I love being clean. Is there any better feeling than like getting out of the shower? I get back in the shower sometimes later on if I just feel like, oh, I sweated a little bit or had a bad poop, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You know, and you just feel like you just want to reset. I mean, there's no worse feeling than getting out of the shower and pooping. It's the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I get right back in the shower. I'm like, I got to reset.
It's like losing a save file.
Right.
Where it's just like, I'm back to the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm in the shower for a really long time. I'm in the shower for like...
Well, you can't see.
Well,
no, you have your glasses on. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, again, I can't see. I'm in the shower. I'm in there a long time because I just like I'm serious about that stuff. I don't know. I shouldn't say too many people. I've met more people than I would have cared to have met with like poor hygiene, and I just don't understand how.
Right.
It's really not that many, but like they stand out to me. It stands out like a
you
like
don't want to remember someone like that. First impressions.
Dude, there's some people that's the only thing I remember about them. I don't even remember what they looked like or what their names were, what their voice sounded like, how I know them, how I met them, where I met them, who they know that I know. But I do remember that, man, I smelled you before you even got within 5 feet of me. How's that possible? What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's disgusting. You got to shower every day.
No, I'm serious, but no, I wash my legs, everything. That's what you're there to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, people just I just thought it was an interesting kind of it obviously generated some level of discussion here on the show between us.
Well, yeah, I'm just confused. I guess I understand the notion of it where like I guess the idea is the soap just kind of runs down and that's enough because your legs don't get. Is that the idea? Like your legs don't get dirty enough on their own to warrant?
But it's like it's just gross. It's like you gotta wash your body. You gotta do it.
Yeah.
It's 2025, and there is time to wash your body.
Yeah,
and you gotta do it.
Plenty of fucking time. I'll tell you that.
Now, Mike and I have a thing we call the hoe bath, and we'll say so. Like, I typically take my shower right before we eat dinner. I work out at like 5 or 6 for an hour or whatever, and then I like take a shower and like relax for a little while, and then we eat dinner. And so if we're going to go out the next day, you know, I get up and brush my teeth and do the normal things. But if we're going to go out the next day, I don't like going out of the house without having showered. So what I say is I'm going to go take a hoe bath. And it's literally just getting in the shower and like washing my armpits and like the sensitive areas, because in a few hours after that, I'm going to work out and then do the proper shower, right? You got to have a proper shower every day. And then you can have your hoe baths if you want. But you can't just exist on the hoe bath.
Right.
And the hoe bath alone will not do. And that's what really troubles me. Like there are people that really do argue like that they don't even shower every day. And I just think I'm like, that's fine, but might be a little stinky. That's up to you if you want to put that into the world or not. But you might want to know that you're going to probably be a little stinky.
No,
you only have a day to do that. And it better be a day that you're not outside at all. You haven't sweated. You know what I mean? Like you can't sweat at all that day.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can't do anything like that. Right. If you're going to do that.
Right.
If I sweat at all, it's like I'm showering. Even if I've showered in the morning, it's like I'm showering again.
In some ways, I think, Colin, you and I aren't that different because you have not showered today.
No.
Neither have I.
Mm-hmm.
I showered yesterday afternoon.
Right. Just once a day. It doesn't matter when it matters depending on your job and like what you do.
Right.
Sure.
But But for me, it's like really, it's just I just want to do it right after I work out. That's me at my stinkiest.
I'm not going to work out later today.
Right.
I'm not probably even going to leave the house the rest of the day.
Right.
Tomorrow, I'll wake up, probably do a few things on the pooter, and then I'm going to take a shower.
But don't you want to take a shower today? Don't
if
you
I start to
want
feel gross, I will.
See, that's the thing is I really look forward to it. I like showering. That's the thing. Is I should admit that I look forward to it. I love the hot water, the steam. I like listening to a podcast or music, being with my thoughts. I look forward to it. And the whole process. Brush your teeth in the shower. I always have for many years recommended brushing your teeth in the shower. It's great.
Now, back on the hoe shower. Initially, I thought you meant hobo shower.
No, hoe bath.
The hobo shower, to my understanding, is like just a wet cloth or a wet wipe.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's some, growing up, going to music festivals in the summer, like midday, you got to shower every day at those because you are sweating constantly. But maybe midday, you do a little hobo bath. Just try to get some of that funk off.
Right.
The one year, though, 90 degrees, showers at the festival broke.
Oh.
And so we were all in the same boat where we were just like,
that's bad, man.
We can't do anything. So we were like, you could get water from like these big things. So we were like filling up buckets and trying to like rinse off our hair at least or something. It was absolutely horrible. And all thousands of people were in the same boat.
Yeah, it's gross. Bodily cleanliness is just it's just mandatory for me. Gotta do it.
You should get a bidet then.
I don't. I just can't. We can't go back down this road over and over again.
You brought up the showering once a day thing, so it's only fair.
But the wipe does this. It's this. I would argue. Here's the. Can we just let's just talk about it?
It's not very economical.
Let's just talk about it. Okay. Do you think that there are two buttholes that take an equivalent poop?
Sure.
Right. One is clean. You wipe or whatever, but like one, like at the end, one is wiped with a wet, like the wet wipe. Right. One is bideted. I would argue the one that had the friction and the wet wipe and everything is actually the cleaner butt than the one that just got hit with some water. That's just my opinion.
Two thoughts on this. With a bidet, at least for me, I know some people might do this differently. After I bidet, I'm drying off with a little toilet paper.
Right.
And so there's going to be some friction just to make sure there's no stragglers. And 95% of the time, you're good. Sometimes you get a rough one, and maybe the bidet, you got to do a second round.
Right. And you love that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
little butt play.
The thing, though, is just you.
Thank you for clarifying.
You could just do the bidet and not spend the money on the wipes.
Right. I think a major thing that, can I just be totally honest with you? Half of the battle with the bidet for me is it's just too European. It's too much.
I thought you liked cleanliness.
I do. And I'm saying that there's no way that you're cleaner than me. We probably are maybe equivalently clean.
I think the only way to find out is we got to swab our buttholes and have a scientist grow something, see who has the worst bacteria or whatever.
Right.
That's crazy.
Because the adult wipe is predicated on the baby wipe. If the baby wasn't being truly cleaned by the wipe, then we would be bidetting the babies, right? With like a water
Why
pick?
not? Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea. It might hurt.
Oh.
Something to think about.
That is fucking outrageous.
It kind of is the same. It is like a bidet for your mouth.
Right.
In some ways. So I could see that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we had to go there. Sean Willie, thank you for writing in.
So fucking violent. Those things are so strong.
Yeah, you got to tamp it down. You got to put a governor on it or something.
No, I know.
Because I told you, like I sprayed one. I got a little thing stuck in my throat. And I sprayed it down my throat.
Hey, man,
and it dislodged it. But
how much was the water pick that you got? I've been looking at.
It was a $50 water pick, but I got it on Prime Day for $20.
Not bad.
Yeah. I'll bring up the exact one.
I'm looking at some right now because I want one. I just haven't. It's like that weird price point where it feels like, is this worth it? You know?
I was thinking when I was using my water pick, because when we talked about a water pick a few weeks ago, a few commenters were like, "Oh, you need to do normal flossing too."
Yeah,
and I wondered. I keep hearing this. Is this a conspiracy from the floss industry?
Yeah, I don't know.
Big floss.
I am flossing as well, just to be on the safe side. But it just feels like a more adequate thing. Here's the here, I'll put it in the chat for you.
It seems like the water pick plus floss is the bidet plus the wipe. You know,
that's right.
Yeah.
This is like a logic problem now. It's the costless water dental flosser teeth pick. It is originally $42.99 and it is 30% off right now, according to me. So it's $30 now, and I like it. You have to charge it. You know,
sure, yeah.
But I've only charged mine twice the entire time I've had it.
Okay.
So it's there. So yeah, I got it for it's $29.99 now. I got it for $19.99, I think, and it was well worth it.
So when we were originally talking about this, we were talking about my Aldi. I got a little bit of a feeling of looking down upon the Aldi water pick. This looks almost exactly the same. It has the exact same water flap. Like, I think it's just rebranded.
Yeah, it probably is the same. It's probably the same company just rebranding it.
Yeah. Though this has a bunch of nozzle accessories.
Yeah, there's like a tongue scraper and a few other things. Yeah, I only use there's like a jet one that I use.
A tongue scraper mixed with high pressure water.
It's cool. It's nice.
It's interesting.
You need to. That's another thing people I think don't do as often as they should. The tongue scraper is so important. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got to reset. You know, we're eating all this weird shit. Yeah, there's all these cool attachments.
Oral irrigator. Why do they got to call that? Just call it a water pick.
I know. Water pick might literally be trademarked like water PIK.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Band-Aid.
That's what they used to call me, the oral irrigator.
Yeah. Son, let me tell you about my time as the oil irrigator. Neighbor wrote in finally and said, Colin, I'm on your side with this one. Who gives any fucks about Waldo?
What is this thing that came
to? So we were talking on where was it? It was either on. Oh, you know what?
I was streaming Summon Sign.
Right. So, right. I was going to say it's on Summon Sign for sure. Where's Waldo came up. And I kind of was just like, what is this? What are we doing? Like, what is this? Wait, what are we doing here? Who is this man? And I was like looking into it. It's originally from UK in 1987. It's called Where's Wally? And we call it Where's Waldo? And it's just about a man who travels. Obviously, everyone knows it's a man who travels around and you find him in pictures. But I'm like, to what end? Why do I give a shit? Like, what is this? It's just it was a weird phenomenon. I don't know if you guys and I was, again, it's just one of those things where I was at the age where I was like, that was a big thing. You know, I was in fucking kindergarten or whatever. And everyone's got their Where's Waldo book.
That was, yeah. I mean, that was kind of like when books were kind of trying to be video games. Like, I remember, do you guys remember I Spy? Like the I Spy books?
Yeah.
I think so.
Like that, where it's just like, it's a game.
I was gonna, Colin, if you could get a platinum trophy from a Where's Waldo book, you'd do it. You know, it's just like, oh, it's a little game. Why do you play little games? You know, it's fun.
Yeah, but what I was really wondering about Waldo was, you know, who is he? Why is he in all these different places? Is he on the lam? Because it just seems like he's trying to mix in, but he's not really, because he's just dressed in his normal garb. But he's always amongst a lot of people. He's constantly roving around. Is he running away? Is he like a CIA agent? Is he an adventurer? I just feel like there's like no one's wondering. It's just like, oh, Waldo's in Egypt. Waldo's here. Waldo's there. I don't understand. And even as a kid, I was like, I don't give a shit about this.
It could be whatever you want, man. It's like an RPG almost. It could be like you're the law tracking down this felon. You're an assassin looking for this target. It could be whatever you want, I guess. You know,
dude, a Where's Waldo Hitman crossover.
That would be.
you have to kill Waldo. He's like in the stands in the racing level,
right? Yeah. Murder. That would unironically be a fantastic mode if you just had if there was just an open zone kind of Hitman game and you just had to find Waldo and kill him covertly.
Right.
I love that idea genuinely. Like 100%.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. And if the people who owned it's an author, he's still alive that owns it. It's like that would actually be funny to do that. And people probably would if you like made your IP open to shit like that to silliness.
Now I'm like sad that I can't play that. You know,
Hitman Waldo sniper mission. Sniper Elite could also work for this crossover.
Yeah, shatter Waldo's testicles.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking blow his dick off.
This is a strange episode.
Yeah, it is.
There's a weird air about this one.
Yeah, you're right.
I think I set us on a path with the oinking comment.
Yeah, let him oink.
That was a butterfly effect. It's like when you're playing Until Dawn, that little icon appeared.
It's over.
Yep. Interesting. I wonder what could have been. All right. Let's get into the news. There's quite a few things to get through this week of interest. And but I wanted to begin before we get into, and there's like a trio of, I think, really big things. But I wanted to just remind everyone, obviously, we had already discussed this about Ghost of Yotei. We know that it comes out in early October, but we discussed that there's going to be a limited edition console. I think we talked about this last month. A limited edition console. There are bundles, accessories, controllers, etc. And these will be available for pre-order at direct.playstation.com, and there'll be retailer partners as well that have them September 4th at 10 a.m. local time for you. So if you want to get these, I assume they'll sell out. I honestly think the consoles are pretty cool, and the plates are pretty cool, obviously, which is the same thing. I think the controller kind of looks a little wacky, but I'm not really crazy about it.
I feel like the controllers in general for the DualSense, the special edition controllers, have kind of been like more miss than hit for me.
Yeah, I agree. Totally. They're too complicated. We bring this up sometimes, and I don't know, Chris, where you were on it, but I was like, it reminds me of band merch, where I'm like, why is band merch so bad?
Yeah, like it's over designed.
You're over designing it. You don't need to do all this. I don't need like a thing on the arm and things on the chest and things on the back. It's too much. It's why I started making my own shirts. Because I was like, I'm so sick of all this crap. And it's the same thing here. Like the mountain on the plates looks cool, but the controller just looks like a mess. But I'm sure some people will be into it, and to each their own. I'm sure some people like it, obviously. So, are you guys going to get any of this stuff? Neither of you are really huge Ghost fans. I'm obviously looking forward to it, but I don't need any of this.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the first one, but not. I wouldn't say I liked the first one enough to actively seek out merchandise.
Yeah. I do need a control. I do need a new controller. So I like to get one every year, and I haven't bought one since the 30th anniversary stuff. So it's been about a year, right? Since that came out. So it's time, but it's not going to be this one. I'll probably just get a random color.
Yeah.
But wanted to throw that out there in case people are interested. September 4th at 10 a.m. local time. Get out there and purchase. All right. We have a new leak. I was emailing with him just yesterday. Moore's Law is Dead, who's a friend of mine, friend of the show, Tom, and he does the Broken Silicon podcast as well. He had promised he was going to have more PlayStation 6 leaks and information, and so he does. He has a video called PS6 Dockable Handheld Leak, AMD Canis Specs Crush Xbox Ally X. I'm only reading that because I want you to be able to find the full video by its title. I don't know if crushing the Xbox Ally X is important to us, but this is a pretty interesting video, about 27 minutes long. Now, a lot of this is lost on me. I mean, this is what we always talk about when I have Tom on Sacred Plus, is that I bring him on to incorporate. You guys have a much deeper technical mind, much more in line with his. I don't. And frankly, I don't really give a shit either. I care that things are powerful. I want the best that I can get, but I don't care. It's like I go to a restaurant and I don't need to watch. I don't need to understand how they're cooking it. I just want the meal, and I know it's going to be great. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I kind of glaze over and just don't understand a lot of this stuff. So I will leave it up to you guys to pull out anything that you want from that perspective. But the major thing that people are picking up on this story is that the PlayStation 6 handheld can be docked, according to this documentation, presumably from AMD. I think people are assuming. And obviously, Tom has substantial credibility now in this leaking of PlayStation 6 space, he is by far the most prolific PlayStation 6 leaker, and this adds to that. So I want to give him a shout out, because that's just such, for a journalist or a media person, that's a really big story. And he also discusses in his video, which he discussed already on Sacred Plus, and it's one of the shitty things about having our stuff behind a paywall, is that like that, if this is what people are so interested in, we would have had this story weeks ago, which is like that it seems like there's going to be a PS6S as well. So 3 PlayStation 6s. Dustin, let's go to you first. I mean, pull whatever. I don't know if you watched the video and there's anything in there that you want to talk about specifically, because he gets into the raw power of it. Apparently, and tell me if I'm wrong, he's basically saying that there's going to be a strata of PlayStation 6 power such that this handheld will be about on par with a PS5. I mean, that was the way that I was interpreting what he was saying. So we really are getting into this PC like space of big strata differences that make things like the N64 expansion port or something like so quaint. So what are your thoughts? What do you pull out of this?
Yeah, well, it goes hand in hand with, I think Tom leaked this initially, but now we have confirmation about the low power mode on PS5. And I would imagine, maybe Tom has talked about this, but that low power mode will be the target spec for the PlayStation 6S and the handheld. And then, of course, there will be the big beefy boy. In this video, one of the things I find really interesting, of course, go check out the full video to hear him explain things, is that he went and tried to price out the estimate of what each of these devices would not only cost Sony to make, but an estimated price range with current market conditions. Of course, these things are changing rapidly, as we talked about in depth last week. So what's interesting, so the PS6S, if we want to go with what he calls the PSVR 2 greedy, which means that they're making a lot of profit on the actual sale of the hardware, $399, the handheld $550, and the console, the main PlayStation 6, the big beefy boy, at $799. Obviously this could range pretty significantly. Like if we want to do the old school aggressive, which he lists, the PS6S $250, $350 for the handheld, and $549. I would imagine it's going to be somewhere in the middle between those options. But the dockable handheld is particularly interesting. I think the thing that is the most crazy, we've seen, like, Xbox has done the lower price, lower tier console, and then the main one. We haven't seen Sony do that yet, but we've seen someone do it. But adding a handheld into the mix with the established console is pretty interesting. And to see it behave like the Switch, and that there will be a power profile for when it's portable and then when it's docked, also pretty interesting. What I wonder, and I'm trying to remember from Tom's video, if the handheld while docked will be about the power profile of the S console. That would make some sense to me. But it'll be interesting to see them somewhat try to compete with Nintendo Switch. I think in some ways that might be kind of fruitless, just because people aren't buying. If you are interested in power and in a handheld and a handheld, you're probably not going for Switch other than for software, like myself, right? Like many people, you're like, Nintendo is always going to have that they have their exclusive software that's very appealing, and people are always going to buy that for that reason. It doesn't matter how powerful it is, right? So PlayStation, on the other hand, will have this seemingly much more powerful system that, assuming, will have parity with what's playable on it with their main console. And so that's, I think, where things get really interesting. And the fact that, too, that they're going to be doing this, and they have similar strategies, Xbox and PlayStation, that they're both going to be pushing a handheld too, but in vastly different ways. Where Xbox is partnered with ROG, it's not really an Xbox.
It's not an Xbox. It's a portable PC.
Yeah, it's a portable PC with an Xbox button, and it is running a new version of Windows, which I think that's one of the most interesting parts of it to me. But where this PlayStation one is running PlayStation software on it directly, so that's the really interesting part.
question I was going to ask you to make sure I'm understanding it right. But the idea is that this ROG Ally is a stopgap, right? That they are doing their own Xbox handheld. I thought that that's the way I interpreted it as well.
That's what people have been saying. I don't know if there's necessarily... I haven't seen anything that shows that it's true, but that's what a lot of people think, right?
I thought that I saw... I'm just talking about out of my ass slightly right now. I remember seeing something that
your bidet
now
ass.
that this... My... Jeez.
You're finally bidet ass.
Finally. Oh, I thought you said gay ass. I was like, whoa. My gay ass.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I was... It was good. Well, not... My gay ass isn't good. Or is it?
I mean, it is depending on what it could be. If you want, if you want to have a gay ass, you can have a gay ass.
Oh my God.
This is something to think about.
I'm sorry. I totally threw it. I'm sorry.
What were we talking about?
You were talking out of your ass. We were talking about the Xbox handheld.
When I saw that with the ROG plans that is either on the back burner or not happening anymore. It's probably a better question for Maddie or Cog. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I see. I wouldn't be surprised. They probably want to get out of hardware, you would think, right? Now, I'm not saying that not make Xboxes, but just let others make the shit for you is going to be a cheaper way for you to deal with, disentwine yourself from this.
Yeah. And it seems like just the Xbox as a whole is going to go through a huge change where it changes into a PC. That's going to be really interesting. And we're getting off topic here, but is the next Xbox going to sacrifice backwards compatibility with actual Xbox games in order to become
so fucking crazy
the PC?
They're really in between a rock and a hard place, I think, more than in a hardware sense, more than I think people let on. Because people are like, they're doing great. And I'm like, yeah, they're doing great. They are a major publisher. They're killing it. We're going to talk about the Circana numbers again later. It's like, when you buy all these publishers and you start having your own output internally too, you're going to dominate these charts. I'm not bringing any of that into question. They own King and shit like that. It's like, of course, okay, great. I'm talking about the hardware. They just seem like they just are in trouble because, and we'll talk about it again later on, is like their numbers in the United States, everyone's year over year down significantly, but they're down more than anyone, but they're always down. So they're always down more than anyone. And now they're down more than anyone again. It's like, what is in other words, what is the core number at this point? It's like down 22%, down 40%, down 30%, down 35%, down 60%. Down. It's like, okay, what is the number after you do all that math? And I think like what's happening with them is that, and this is just an opinion, is that they have a hardcore fan base of 20 to 30 million, I would say, of truly engaged Xbox fans. Not nothing, right? That's a pretty hard. That's a major chunk of the NES audience, for instance. It's not like a small thing, but it's probably not enough to justify Xbox hardware in a true ecosystem in the mid to long term. And yet they want to maintain those customers as Game Pass customers and do all these kinds of things. And they kind of have to do this magic trick where they morph them into some other type of gamer in order to get out of the console space that they've kind of ceded to Sony and Nintendo. I don't know if that read as accurate to you, but that's the way it feels to me. Like they're thriving in many ways, but in this one fundamental way, they're not thriving. There's just no way based on the numbers that they're doing well in that respect. And so I just wonder like where their heads are even at. They've promised new hardware and I believe that it will come, but I do wonder like what it will be, like you said, and what the adoption of it will be.
I think the funny, well, what could shape up to be really funny is that they're going, if they do end up changing the Xbox as basically a PC that runs a version of Windows, and makes that switch, it'll be right. It sounds like Valve is about to do that also, because the Valve's they just had a leak on like some test bench website of a Valve based console. And I'm like, man, I really fucking hope Valve wins over Microsoft, because there's just so much more consumer friendly than Microsoft, and it seems like they're going to be way ahead.
This is the wedge, dude, that I've been discussing. I remember when I was on Jez and Rand's Xbox show, Xbox 2.
I was talking about this, and it seemed like they were talking about it, and I think Jez had said it in a few ways. It's like he hadn't even considered a few of these things. Where I'm like, they're gonna be without even Steam and Valve getting involved in like in the console space. They're gonna be wedged in this situation where, especially if they don't bring the Xbox games, like there's no backwards compatibility. It's like there really is no hope of them selling games anymore. You're just going to use it as a conduit. And if there's a Steam console, then you're going to literally have another console on the market where you can buy the games on the other console. Like it and like cut the hardware manufacturer out completely. It's not looking good for that whole thing. Like that's why I think Sony, this space is probably going to ultimately shrivel up and die in the future anyway. And there's going to be some sort of ubiquitous play platform. It will be even greater than a PC. It'll be like a PC probably, but like something that's easier and more fundamental to use, which is a console.
SteamOS.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about, dude.
Right.
SteamOS is shaping up to be just that. So, and dude, if Valve, my hope is that and this is kind of what they've done with the Steam Deck, is that when they come out with this console, Valve will really not care about making a profit on the hardware at all. Because why would they? They are privately owned, and they can sell the console and then make plenty of money off every single game that you buy on it.
Yeah,
would be interesting.
It would be. Valve is in a very fortuitous situation because they've already proven that they have unmitigated loyalty on their own platform in regard to just kind of shrugging off the Epic Game Store and things like that. Like there was like nothing the Epic Game Store could do, including giving games away, having exclusives. People would just wait. And this, by the way, might be why things are softening between all the platform holders on the console side too, by the way, is because they're realizing people just are kind of where they're going to be. Like they're literally going to wait or never play some of the shit. You might as well go after them. I think that there's a little bit of a fallacy to that, but it seems like that's the way it's playing out. But they just seem like they can just kind of wait. So they have like the brand loyalty. The console space is going to winnow away probably Xbox, I would assume, as a major. I mean, it kind of already has as a major console player, like in the space. They're kind of segueing into a publisher, which is great for them. And this is exactly what this is what it probably should have always been, if you think about it. We should be grateful for Xbox because there was a lot of awesome experiences on it, and they pushed the industry forward in a lot of different ways with their hardware, which is awesome, and the choices they made. But at the same time, if you look back 30 years or something, you're like, they probably should have always been a software company or like a software brand, named something else. So they're where they probably should be. And then it's up to Nintendo and Sony, I think, to kind of figure out how they survive. And Nintendo survives based on its own games, which is obvious. And Sony will have to figure out some avenue to keep going. Like Sony's certainly in a dangerous position in this whole reality. Not imminently, but in the mid to long term, I think. Chris, let's get you on. We haven't heard from you, I'm sorry, in a while. What did you think of this video, and anything out of there that you want to pull from?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I feel like we've gone pretty deep into it. I don't know if there's anything that I would have picked up that hasn't been touched on already necessarily, but I mean, look, I'm intrigued endlessly by docked, like this dock mechanic. Like it was the thing that attracted me to the Switch in the first place. Just having that as a concept, being able to get some kind of boost in performance or resolution from like docking something and being able to take it with you in like a somewhat of a sacrificed format. I think it's interesting, and I've been wanting like that in a more powerful capacity. Like the Steam Deck is cool, and I've used the dock for Steam Deck for TV stuff, but you could tell it feels a little bit skunk work. It's not quite the seamless experience as like, you know, the Switches or even just a console plugged into a direct TV is. So like, I think it's an interesting idea. I would be very, very into it. But I look at these numbers and I'm seeing shit that I've never seen before, quite frankly. Like I'm just seeing like acronyms where I'm like, I don't know what any of this should mean. I don't know what a 16. I'm looking at all of this and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not this technically minded to be able to come up with like what the fuck this means off the rip.
Yeah, I almost don't even really care about any of it either. It's just like,
Yeah.
What we say over and over again, I know that that's uncommon in our space. A lot of people do care about I care again about the end product, but just not about how the sausage is made. I just don't care.
I care about this more about like software and like how like the optimization of game engines and like, you know, frame pacing and things like that. Like that's where my technical kind of like analytical mind goes to with video games. Like as far as like hardware, like as long as it can deliver me something cool, I don't mind. But it is interesting to me that it seems like they're going to be pursuing like an Xbox strategy in the sense of like, okay, we're going to have the S model and then the Prime model. It's interesting to me that that's even on the table for them, given how much they've seen the S kind of backfire in some sense. With, I remember, what was it? Baldur's Gate 3 couldn't hit, I think, in time because of the Series S and like a bunch of other things. And it's just like, it's interesting that they would choose to do that anyway. Because wouldn't the same problem arise at a certain point?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to get into, was just it's not that I find it hard to believe, because I believe that he has reason to believe that these things are true, but it's just like a PS6S just seems like kind of a waste if you're just going to have just have a PS5 Pro and the PS5 and just span between these generations, because it's obvious that it's a losing proposition to assume that we really are in a generational situation anymore the way we used to be. It's obviously not the case. And there are games that are still coming to PS4. There are games that are coming to PS5. There are games that are going to come to PS4, PS5, and PS6, and that are going to be playable across them. And I don't know that you need to actually lean into it more than that. But I think that a lot of it comes from this idea that they're worried about a level of adoption that they didn't get. That PlayStation is still highly reliant on PS4 to this day, and that they need to make an attractive way for people to get off of that platform. Or in this case, will be off the PlayStation 5, which they paid a lot of money for. But I do think that like aiming to the lowest common denominator is just, it's a nice idea, but it's unnecessary if you're already going to if you're already going to rather support the last generation consoles and can just have people buy the PS5 Pro or the PS5. And it seems weird to me that you would have, I don't know. The pricing of it doesn't make any sense for the power of the unit and all of the rest. Like I just can't quite square it in the economic reality we're in with higher than usual inflation and kind of technology starting to invert the price, where things usually got cheaper. And now because of trade and economic monetary situations or whatever, that things are just all fucked up. So it's hard for me to wrap my mind around like how any of this is really going to work. But it's obviously aimed at getting people off of the old consoles. And, that was a problem and is a problem for them. If they shut off, they would have shut off PS4 a long time ago if they thought they could get away with it. And I mean, it would still operate. What I mean is that they just would stop releasing games and really truly supporting it. And obviously, games are migrating off of it now, as we've seen with PUBG and Genshin Impact and others saying that they're just shutting off PS4 support completely. But I guess for me, the $800 high-end machine is what I would be getting, along with the handheld. Like I want the handheld for sure. And this is also a little weird to me because I think things are falling in the space between, where I remember asking Tom, so like, would they do a PS5 handheld or a PS6 handheld? And I think he was saying that like, it would make more sense for them to do like a new PS6 handheld, but then it seems like it's just a PS5 handheld. Like, in other words, it's the power of the PlayStation 5 or a little bit more marked as a PS6 running in this different state. It's a little confusing. And I think the Xbox Series S was a nice. I think I've said all along that I think it was a nice idea, but you because you want to go for lowest common denominator people, but you're just going to attract people towards the lowest common denominator. Like there's no doubt that the majority and maybe the vast majority of Xbox Series consoles are S's.
Yeah,
and that's not necessarily a great place to be in either. Like when you think about it, there might only be 15 million or something Series X consoles. Which is like PlayStation doesn't have that problem with PS5. There are 80 million PS5s that are all PS5s. And then there's one that's more powerful than the base unit. So I don't know. I'm getting kind of lost in the weeds, I guess, but I'm just interested in how this all comes about when we learn more about it, when things start leaking, when developers start messing around with it, what games are going to be aiming for it. you assume that there are studios internally at Sony that might be working on PlayStation 6 games, but then based on the way this is all scattering across consoles, for instance, if the PS6 handheld is just a meatier PS5 or PS5 Pro or whatever, then you're just going to have PS5 SKUs in the game. Does this make sense, Dustin, what I'm saying? Like
it does. I just don't know if it's as big of a problem, because as we've seen with this generation, the scalability of games is so much higher than it used to be that games will continue to scale. The key point on the handheld is just what the particular bottlenecks are. I was trying to remember, like the Series S, is it memory bandwidth and the GPU are the main bottlenecks? So looking at Tom's thing here, the PS6S and the PS6 handheld, 36 gigabytes of RAM on both of them. And then the PS6 Prime, whatever you want to call it, 40 gigabytes of RAM. So there's extra 4 gigs. And obviously memory speed is a big part of it. And that's not the only aspect. Of course, there's GPU and CPU. But the key factor is, and I would assume Sony is looking at Series S and being like, okay, what is the problem with this thing that has made it hold back certain games?
Yeah, they probably know firsthand from San Diego.
Yeah.
And now from Nix's as well.
Right. So when they design their S console and their handheld, they're like, okay, where do we need to make sure the thing is beefed up in the right ways to make sure that scalability can happen across all of these?
I should be clear, because I agree with what you're saying there. I should be clear that what I'm really referring to is like adoption. If you're releasing a handheld that's in the space between and is like a beefy PS5 Pro, then what you're basically telling people is like, well, there's going to obviously be a PS5 SKU of this, because we're already skewing towards this lower end PS6. I don't so I don't disagree with you. They've obviously been streamlining things for a long time to make them work together. I guess what I'm saying is I don't understand how this, other than price, a really competitive price, it doesn't seem to solve their adoption problem.
The thing that I would wonder is just that PlayStation 5 has 16 gigabytes of RAM, and Tom's leaks show that the S and the handheld will have 36. So while it may be comparable in GPU, which this is where those numbers we'll have to ask Tom, but there's definitely more RAM in these that could provide some kind of difference. And I think in the video too, he talks about how Mark Cerny is really thinking that AI is going to be a big focus of these new consoles. What that means as far as like rendering and what the end product is, I'm not really sure, but I would assume that there will be things that the S and the handheld can do that the PS5 and the PS5 Pro could not do.
So it's exciting and interesting times. I mean, one way or another. I mean, it's exciting to be here. At the same time, I'm a little distressed. It seems soon. It's obviously not historically soon. It's actually historically quite normal to get something after 7 years, if not pushing it a little bit. But I just feel like there's something incomplete about the PS5 generation. And I think a lot of people just point to the lack of exclusives and stuff. And I'm like, there's that. But maybe it's just the beginnings of what we're feeling or seeing now, which is this idea of generationlessness, which PCs have been dealing with for a long time. And that we're kind of being forced and wedged into that, which is fine. I don't really give a shit. But there is something. So there's something about this generation that might never be defined and might actually leak into the 2030s. And that's, I guess, my entire point. If people are comfortable on PS4, I just went out, I went out with my nephew, and his roommate plays PS4 still. He was talking to me about that, and he's perfectly comfortable there. And then eventually they're going to shove him over to PS5 because the games that he cares about will probably not be there anymore. But then he's going to move over again. It just always seems like they're going to be trailing behind with a lot of people, and they're going to be reliant on this back catalog and keeping things alive. And my only hope is that once they kind of shut the PS4 down, and again, I'm not saying get rid of the store. What I'm saying is just stop supporting it. Everyone's on kind of more identical hardware anyway with the SSD and everything, and maybe things will work differently. I don't know. But I'm not a technically minded person. This is just from a layman's mind. obviously. Anyway, shout out to Tom for nice little scoops.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that all plays out. The price points are hard to believe. I believe him, but they're hard to believe. I don't get it. I don't get how these consoles, I don't get how a PS5 or a PS6 handheld is going to cost, significantly cheaper than the PS5 Pro does right now. It just doesn't make sense to me. But I know it has a lot to do with like the resources that they're using within the consoles and these new technologies and obviously economies of scale. But Sony benefits from those economies of scale now. So there's something. Does that? I don't know. We don't have to get into it. But there is something about that. Like I can't square it. We are in this upside down world where consoles and hardware are getting more expensive, and then when the next generation comes, everything's going to be less expensive. There's something I'm missing in there.
Yeah,
something's missing. All right. Okay. This next one would have been the big story of the week, and there's not too much to say about it, but it's obvious that Sony needs to talk more. I've delivered that message to them, because I want to talk to more of their people and interview more people, and that's totally within the realm of possibility. I actually have to pitch them on some things that I want to do. But I've told them, I'm like, you guys got to talk more. I feel like you're not looking for me for advice, but we'd love to hear from you. And I think that there are things that are happening now that where I'm like, it's a kind of imperative actually that we hear from you. I think the thing with Helldivers, especially, and like the future of what's going to go on there, I think it requires communication. You can't just do these things and not talk. So maybe this signals a softening, because the Financial Times sat and talked to Hermen Hulst himself. Now, Financial Times is infamously locked up Fort Knox style with the paywall. And I'm not going to pay for it. But people have covered it. And we have the Push Square article. Well, I put in our document the Push Square article and the Video Games Chronicle article. But here's basically what was said that was interesting. Video Games Chronicle's story is called, quote, "I would like for us when we fail to fail early and cheaply," end quote. PlayStation Studios head says Concord taught a big lesson. And they write, quote, "PlayStation Studio Business Group CEO Hermen Hulst says he wants future failures to be identified and dealt with earlier in the development process. In an interview with the Financial Times, Hulst explained that the company has been putting in more measures to lessen the impact of any games that fail to meet its standards. Hulst's comments refer to the failure of Concord, which was reportedly in development for around 8 years and made it all the way to full release before just 2 weeks after it launched. Sony announced plans to take it offline, pull the game from sale, and offer refunds to all players who bought it, citing a poor reception from players. According to Hulst, new measures have been put in place to make sure potential problems are spotted far sooner, saying, quote, "I don't want teams to always play it safe, but I would like for us when we fail to fail early and cheaply," end quote. Hulst explained that PlayStation has implemented a stricter and more thorough testing process now, with the aim being to identify potential issues early. Quote, "We have since put in place much more rigorous and more frequent testing in very many different ways. The advantage of every failure is that people now understand how necessary that oversight is," end quote. According to the report, some of the new measures include more of a focus on group testing, learning from other Sony teams, and building a closer relationship between the executives who spend hundreds of hours playing games before they're released. And then Push Square writes the quote, they have a specific quote pulled out of the article, quote, "The number of live service games is not so important. What is important to me is having a diverse set of player experiences and a set of communities. We have since put in place much more rigorous and more frequent testing in very many different ways. The advantage of every failure is that people now understand how necessary that oversight is." So a little bit of crossover with something I just read, but a little more context. Before I move over to you guys, I do want to say this. This is good communication, and it's true, but there's a level of copping out here in blaming Concord and then acting like it was unknowable. Who the fuck was minding the ship? They were a first-party team at some point. You bought them. I just can't believe they're kind of like they kind of got out of it, right? Like these major questions that should have been asked after Concord, like about personnel and decision-making and things that I was talking about when I had my report last year on Concord and how much it cost and like the amazing amount of time they spent on it and how probably Monsters dumped, the original owner and kind of publisher dumped shit tons of money on it. And then Sony dumped shit tons of money. And then they bought the team. They bought the team a year before the game came out. The game was obviously being fully played behind the scenes. They liked what they saw. there seems to be a level of just copping out that really bothers me. I'm not saying you have to be accountable. You own a company, you have to market and communicate the way you want, whatever. Everyone is kind of trying to hide, all these different companies are trying to hide their little failures and put a little bow on things and make things seem better than they are. But I just don't understand this specific game and this specific problem. If they didn't buy the team, you could imagine a situation where they just were funding this game hand over fist for years, assuming something about it. And obviously they have producers and people checking in on it and all the rest, but they were just going and they're like, look at all the people. Look at these people worked at 343 and they worked at fucking Activision and they worked all these places. They'll figure it out. And they just never do. That's much more believable than a year before the game comes out in which you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on it. You buy the team and go all in. And then you're like, we didn't know. It's like, no, you made someone along the way. Some of you made a really bad call that cost an enormous amount of money and cachet with the audience and time, people's jobs, things you can't get back. And these errors seem to happen over and over again recently, whether it's with Haven and Fair Games, which is obviously teetering after the closed alpha, and Bungie, which is a fucking mess. And I will give them credit, guys, because I think people are really hard on them when they're like, look at all the games they canceled. To be fair, they didn't announce those games. With the exception of The Last of Us Online, there was nothing that they were just like, we're not releasing it.
Right.
It's these games leaked. So you can't get too mad at them for having things incubating and canceling them because they're not panning out. That's actually the wise decision to make from that perspective. But the question you have to ask is like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, who paid the price for this? People will say Jim Ryan, but I'm not sure that that's true because he was gone before they even knew what was going to really happen. They might have seen that things were not panning out and he made some bad decisions. And it seems more clear as time has gone on that he was good in a lot of ways, hardware wise, I think, and bad in a lot of other ways, software. And that there was a mismanagement that had them bring in someone who will focus on hardware and someone who will focus on software. But there are people that must be working at Sony still that made catastrophic choices. And it just seems like, yeah, we'll just put processes into place to know next time. And it's like, but you were in charge. You were in charge. So I don't know. Chris, do you have anything you want to say about this?
No, yeah, it is crazy. It's also, I don't know, like I was reading this interview and I kind of felt like, look, I'm glad they're talking, I guess, because it gives us some point of reference and some point of communication. But like, we'd like to identify failures early and cheaply. It's like, yeah. Like I like that seems like a default kind of like obvious, like that feels like information that didn't need to be said because it's so obviously understood. Like obviously that's what you want. Like if a game is not panning out, obviously you would like to know early, and obviously you would like to know before it gets too expensive. Like it didn't feel like I don't feel like I learned anything. You know what I mean? Like from this interview, really, outside of the fact that. Like what you talked about, it seems like they just kind of got away with it. Yeah, they're unaccountable. What I learned is that there's like it really is unaccountable. Yeah, just totally. Now I'll say it again because some people disagree with it. It's fairly clear that Hermen Hulst was demoted. He was the co-CEO of the brand. He now reports to the lone CEO of the overall brand, who was the co-CEO of the brand. So there is some sort of penalty in place, I think, but I don't know. So yeah, you're right. It's a lot of, it's just good media training, which is fine. But it did teach me, like, I think I'd have a little bit more of a mea culpa personally if I were these guys, where I'd be like, this is what happened was bad. What's happening is bad. And if Fair Games doesn't turn out, then you really have to wonder, like, what the hell has been going on over here, where you guys bought them too. You bought them too, and then are you going to blame? Are you going to blame the same? No, in fact, I think you liked what you saw, actually, and I think that's a major part of the problem. That in and of itself is the problem. What's the likelihood that Fair Games Because I'm kind of the opinion, like, look, obviously I've not played Fair Games. I don't know anything about it. We've gotten one instance of somebody reaching out to us who said that they didn't like it. Whatever. Like, that doesn't really mean anything to me. There's plenty of good games that people don't like.
Mm-hmm.
My vibe or my gut check on Fair Games is that it's not going to do well.
No, it's not. I don't think it's going to do well at all. And I only talked to one person that played the Project Hearts pre-alpha, but it's fairly clear that they removed Jade Raymond and that the feedback on the alpha was bad. And I think that there's a 50% chance that the game doesn't come out.
That's what I was going to ask. I was like, what do you think the likelihood of them? Yeah, that's kind of my feeling too. It's like there's a chance that like they're because they don't want another Concord. Clearly, I think they're fairly committed to Marathon because that's too high profile of a thing to not. And also, we've played it. So like that's kind of locked in. Fair Games, I think, is more up in the air where it's like, look, it's not necessarily a proven team. We could cut our losses and avoid a Concord. It would still look bad because you'd ultimately be canceling a game after you've announced it, which is not great because you've done it already with your biggest IP with The Last of Us. But it would be better than Concord again. So I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
I see it. Yeah, I agree. I wonder now, he's talking about how failing earlier and cheaper, and specifically with Fair Games, you can see them maybe they've already kind of maybe dipped in a little too far by buying the team and things like that. But at least they are doing pre-alpha testing and quickly responding to that feedback. So it seems like they're trying to steer the ship in the right direction. And I just saw this too. I don't know, Colin, if you saw this. It's not like huge news or anything, but the Game Post
I did see this
reported about Gummy Bears, the ex-Bungie team is starting, seems like based on a job listing, they will be doing pre-alpha community testing. So it sounds like pre-alpha community testing is a new essential step of their live service pipeline, hopefully to do as what he's saying, avoid failures by having it being tested much, much earlier. The question with Fair Games in particular is that because it's maybe straddled between the old way and the new way, is that alpha so far along and so bad that it's not, it's like we really can't. We either need to restart or cancel this thing. As of right now, it hasn't been canceled, and that Jade Raymond leaving was a few months back. Not that it still could be canceled, but it seems like maybe they're trying to work it out. And Gummy Bears, I mean, we'll see how once they eventually get this pre-alpha going. Who knows? Maybe someone will reach out to us about that pre-alpha and let us know how good or bad it is.
Yeah, we'll see.
But at least they're doing it's not just lip service that they're trying to figure out these problems earlier. There's actual evidence that they are doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there really is a lot to say about this, just because the decision making. Let me back up. The football season starts next week. Very exciting. And I always make Michael laugh because I'm like, the Jets have not made the playoffs for 15 years, but 14 teams make the playoffs out of 32. And you should just be able to stumble in there once in a while. Like, it actually says something about how bad you are that in 15 years, you couldn't be one of 14 of 32 teams one time. That's a profound level of ineptitude. And I feel that way about what we know about the canceled games and the games that have come out that have worked and haven't worked, Helldivers specifically on one side and Concord on the other. And I posit that there's a level of ineptitude to some of this that goes beyond averages. In other words, like, more of these things should have just worked out. Like, everything just seems to kind of suck, with the exception of one decision and like one game in Helldivers, which really has, and I think this might be important too, was in development for so long that it really comes from a totally different era of PlayStation. Remember, we always cite that there was that trailer that leaked of Helldivers 2 years ago, like years and years ago, like long before it was announced, years before it came out. And that might not be a coincidence. In other words, I just feel like somewhere, and I don't know enough about them. I think I know more than the average bear, but I don't get too deep into the weeds in terms of like deep personnel choices and who people are or whatever. But like, there's gotta be something deeply wrong at some level to greenlight Ben's game, Blue Point's game, a Twisted Metal game, The Last of Us Online, Fair Games, which isn't looking good, Concord, which was a disaster for them, to buy Bungie, to do all these things. It's like, where is the good news? Where is even the neutral, like, oh, we released a multiplayer game and it will exist for 5 years and then we'll shut it down. It's just, does this make sense to you, what I'm saying? Like, it's like averages of just dice rolling on average should give you more success than this. Yet, like, you proved the entire point that people used to bust balls about with me all the time, which is that you bought teams so ambitiously without ever getting a product out of them. And it's blowing up in your fucking face 3 different times, not to mention the canceled games like Deviation and all, and what happened with them too. It's like, dude, what is happening here? It's confounding to me, and it's frustrating. And this is why I think you have to communicate. Maybe they just look at it, and maybe because people like us are so rare in terms of like most of PlayStation's fan base and user base is not as engaged as we are. It's like no one cares, no one gets into this, and there will be no accountability. But it's like, that's kind of a bummer, man, because it would just be good to know, like, instead of these and I'm not saying like whose scalps are you going to deliver to us? That's not what I mean at all. What I mean is like, admit that you fucked up in a way that's deeper than saying like, yeah, we got to get some structures in the place. It's like, oh, the structures that had you buy Haven and Firewalk and dump all of this money into these games and let Naughty Dog work on The Last of Us Online for years. It's just strange to me. If I'm really hard often on like Microsoft, I always said that like when Microsoft bought Activision, they should have just taken all the Activision executives and fired their own executives. And if I'm going to be that harsh on them, like certainly Sony deserves a little bit, fair play. There's a whole nother concept to this as well, which comes in the form of a letter from Wandering Mind of the Insomniac. Writes in and says, "What's up, boys? Per the Financial Times interview, Hermen Hulst said, quote, we take a very intentional approach to IP creation, understanding how a new concept can turn into an iconic franchise for PlayStation that can then again become a franchise for people beyond gaming," end quote. To me, it sounds like they're still a bit confused at PlayStation. Creating great games should be the number one priority when deciding on what to pursue, not the possible multimedia possibilities of IP. I'm not saying it can't be a consideration if something makes sense, but it seems like they are prioritizing possible TV and movie opportunities over simply choosing what's best for game creation. Am I misunderstanding what he's saying? Curious to get your thoughts. And also, thoughts and prayers are for the Moriarty household during this difficult time of Cracker Barrel rebranding. I saw it was the canniest thing I'd ever seen Donald Trump say, probably on a social media platform about Cracker Barrel, where he's like, they got $1 billion worth of free advertising and this can kind of be turned around and used into their great advantage. I'm like, I agree. I wonder if they will be able to seize the day and Cracker Barrel roars back as an American brand. I somehow doubt it. But they did bring the old man in the barrel back, the Cracker.
The Cracker and his barrel.
The Cracker.
I was like, that's a strangely salient point. That like this could be turned into a really huge positive for them if they lean into the contrition.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway.
Yeah.
It's a big Europeans especially are probably confused with what we're talking about. It's a big story here in America about what's going on with Cracker Barrel. Our beloved Cracker Barrel. So as far as the Wandering Mind of the Insomniac, thank you for writing in. As far as what he's saying here about IP creation, yeah, I think that it does suck to see that, but it makes sense. Sony needs to communicate with, we were talking about this with Aniplex, right? And they were publishing that game, that Kazuka or whatever his name is, the guy who made Kodaka.
Last Defense Academy.
Yeah. And how they're owned by Sony and then they publish it on Switch exclusively. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Like that just doesn't even make any sense. Like that kind of shit. And I think that they have to keep a mind for that now, with the Crunchyroll stuff and anime
with Sony Pictures and Sony TV and all the things that they do there. It's like, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but like they should be doing things like that. Like they should be pursuing things that do make sense. And I want great games too, but you just have to understand, and nothing proves this more than PlayStation's meteoric financial success this generation, is that their own games don't matter to the bottom line. So they need to extract more value out of things. If they did matter to the bottom line as much as people act like they did, then they wouldn't be having record profits and driving record gross revenue in a generation where everyone agrees that there are no exclusive games or very few of them.
Right.
So I get what you're saying. I want PlayStation to worry about games first, but I don't think it's a bad idea for the people at the top to be looking at these things and identifying cross-media potential. And I think the cross-media potential has been fairly successfully executed. It would be cool to see these things deployed with each other in mind. I do believe that. I think that could be cool. And play off each other and do that kind of thing. A realization kind of the Remedy style, but done with more money and intention. You guys have anything you want to say about this before we move on? Sony doesn't make IP anymore, by the way, so it's not like... I guess we'll have it. Intergalactic's a new IP.
Yeah.
Well, what is another one?
Saros, I guess, technically.
Saros, yeah, sure.
I don't know. I don't think it's wrong for them to identify, like, okay, well, this also... I think the primary factor should be like, is this a good game? Is this fun? And then beyond that, to identify like, oh, does this have legs on it in a way that it could be expanded upon? I think it's fine. I just think Sony, particularly with Concord, only because it's the most public facing failure. It seems to me less like they're looking for games that have cross-media potential and more like they're trying to use cross-media potential to justify to justify greenlighting things that otherwise probably shouldn't get greenlight. I think about the oh my god, what the hell was it called? Was it Secret Level? What the hell was it? The Concord,
yeah, Secret Level, the Amazon anthology.
They had an entire episode dedicated to Concord. They kind of predetermined that, oh no, Concord's going to be huge. They didn't need that. They didn't wait until that was proven for them. You know what I mean? To take the risk on that. They just kind of said like, you know what? Let's force it. Let's make it so like, okay, it's almost like we bought this game, we bought this studio, and we're really focused on it. Therefore, because we focused on it, it must have cross-media. It must have transmedia potential because we said so. And that's really not how it works. It's kind of like esports too, where like it's really difficult to set out to make a game in esport on purpose. You know, a lot of esports kind of evolve from games that are just designed to be first and foremost fun. Things like Smash Brothers or, early Halo or like what have you. Those games weren't designed with the intention of building a sport around it. It's just they were so fun and so ubiquitous and so universally beloved that people played them in a deep way and played them so deeply that a strategy emerged with which to build a foundation of a sport on top of. And to go out with the set intention of, hey, we're going to make an esport or we're going to make an IP that everybody's going to want to see on the big screen. Like, I don't know if you can really do that. I think that's the audience's decision, really. And like you said, like it makes sense to analyze your IP in a way where it's just like, oh, can we do something with this? But I don't know if Sony is particularly calibrated correctly on this because of Concord and how bullishly, like the presumptuousness of having Concord up there with everything else that partnered with that show. Like in some sense, the nerve. To have it up there is insane. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That's really,
and the lost activation. That was when people always doubt how much they were spending on all this. I'm like, dude, they were going to roll out a whole bunch of shit around that new character, new class or whatever, like a bunch of new shit, new worlds. It was,
yeah.
There was a lot of, I think a lot of the, I don't want to say a lot, but a significant amount of money that they spent on the game was likely from a presumptuousness about what was going to come from it.
Think about all the story beats. Like there was a whole story that like, and that's the saddest part to me is like the writers that worked like that shit never saw the light of day. Like at least people saw the characters and got the chance to like say like we reject these characters, right? We reject this world, but they never even got a chance to reject the story. The story might have been cool. I have no idea.
Maybe, but nobody cared, and you can't make people care.
Nope.
It reminds me of like, not that I've seen this happen or anything, but it's a premise that I feel like I've seen before, where it's like, you're a new band and you're about to put out your first record. No one's heard it yet, and then you decide like, let's before the album comes out, let's record a documentary about how this all came to be. Let's have that shot of me sitting there. It's like, yeah, when I came up with that riff, I was, like, and nobody gives a shit. It's got like 500 views. That's what it comes across like. It's so presumptuous and so pretentious and so just like, man, how they clearly need some recalibration.
Yeah, it's all well said.
And maybe they're better because like Twisted Metal did well, to be fair to them. Although there's no game to go along with it, so it's kind of like I don't really know what that means. It's all over the place.
How do you fuck Twisted Metal up? I mean, that's my whole. I don't know. And you that's the other thing. It's like the decision making, right? I'm not even trying to beat a dead horse. It's like you have a studio that gives you Destruction All Stars, and then you give them Twisted Metal. I don't get that. Like, I don't get that. They didn't like the other game. People actually care about Twisted Metal, and then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then I think it actually went to a different studio at some point behind the scenes as well, I think.
So.
And then it's like, come on, man. Like how can all of these choices be so bad? Again, the law of averages means that even a broken clock is right twice a day. With Helldivers, it's only been once. Over many days at this point. God.
Yeah.
It's annoying the fuck out of me. But because to reiterate, the idea is good. I really believe that they should have been investing in a lot of these different games and trying things. It's just like the idea was to get things to market and see what worked and what didn't. And if you can't even get your shit to market and it's not even good enough to show it to people and see the light of day or be with The Last of Us Online, which is unfortunate because it was supposed to be great, but to be released, it's like, well, then it didn't make any sense to do any of these things at all. You might as well have done nothing. If you're not going to have any, it's like we make fun of like when Disney bought Star Wars, but they had no plan.
Right.
They were just like, all right, let's go. Let's just spool it up. And it's like, but you gotta like, isn't it obvious that you want to have a strategy and an end goal? And
it doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't work the way it used to. Like you can't really fly by the seat of your pants. Like I know that like Raiders of the Lost Ark was made like kind of like flying blind. Like they improvised a lot of the fight choreography in it, and they managed to build a successful franchise out of it. And there are some other Iron Man famously was like I think like 80% improvised. They didn't really have a script for it, and that ended up.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. I love that movie.
Yeah, no, the first Iron Man is inexplicably good.
Yeah, it's great.
Considering they barely had a script for it, but I just don't think that works with studio structures as they are now. There's too much money on the line. It's too big. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Like you can't do with Star Wars and just be like, let's just do the first movie and then we'll figure it out later. Like that's fine for like a scrappy kind of an indie scene or when there's not really that much to lose, but I don't know. It's really unwise.
I wonder if part of the question is there are two paths. Think of bringing up Star Wars again. Star Wars unintentional hit when it came out, not unintentional, but unexpected. I guess is the right word.
Right.
And they have no merchandise, no toys ready. And certainly they made lots of money later, but you could see that as lost sales at the point. They were doing mail order that Christmas for toys because they're like, we got to be able to sell these people something this Christmas. They want Star Wars stuff. We're not ready because we didn't expect this to be huge. So I wonder, taking that example, is it from a business standpoint? It's like, well, we would rather be ready for this to be huge and make a shit ton of money. And that's the better option than not planning for it to be a success and losing out on all the potential money we could make from being ready and being like, look at all these different things we have to sell you based on this one IP that you now love. I don't know. It probably depends on the extent of what you do to be prepared for that success. Because if that doesn't work out, then it's like, man, you spent all this other money and nobody cares.
Yeah, it's like, there's a good point to be made there. I think the one thing, that famous 1977 Christmas with the box of Star Wars toys with no toys in it, and like the
right, that's it.
Yeah. It's that's a different era in my, I don't want to trivialize like the making of merchandise and trade and all that kind of stuff, but you can imagine in that era, it's like people hand carved those toys. They had to be like manufactured into it. It was like this whole process. It's like now we can 3D print things. Like things look so good because a lot of things are computer aided, and you could probably just move a lot quicker with that stuff. So it's like, I'm not that it's really an important component of what you were saying, but it's like, I like the idea of being a little more humble and using the success of something as and supporting the success of something as new marketing beats. So like you have a few months later, you have the toy or you have the whatever, and bring people back to your product. I don't know. It's a little, so what you're saying, I mean, it's like, what you're saying is pure capitalism, but to me it's, and I'm not saying you're this way because you're not, but it's like, it's craven. It's what we always talk about, like, what is enough? You have to like, you can't embrace a successful game. You have to embrace like the amount of, exploitation around the successful game right away. It's very corporate.
Right. Because I'm sure to some degree with Helldivers, they're like, man, if we knew this was going to be this crazy big, we could have been ready to sell skins. We could have been ready with all kinds of other things. Maybe they would have picked Helldivers as a lost or a secret level
that would have been
episode instead, which I think they are featured in the one.
Yeah, they're featured in
shitty episode.
That terrible Sony one.
Yeah.
Oh, with all the different worlds. I never watched that. I never even watched it.
Oh, you should.
I actually have Amazon, so I should.
It's horrible. Yeah. But yeah, so they might be looking at that like, oh, we weren't ready for the success of Helldivers, and we could have made even more money if we were ready.
Well, they're making a good amount of money on Xbox. It looks like people bought. It looks like sales of maybe 250, something like that, which I think is respectable. Because there was 500,000 people cumulatively playing it, I think yesterday or something like that. So that's going to be PC and a bunch of PC people, some PS5 people, and then Xbox people. So they are spreading the field. I'm very curious about where this goes from here.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people on my friends list playing it, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's novel. What I said at the time was like, you better go buy it if you want to send PlayStation a signal that you want more of these things. But I don't think there's any question that future games as a service will come to Xbox. And I think the question is just that when, as we said many times, when do they come? And I would like to think that they would just come immediately. Oh.
Ooh.
Speaking of coming immediately, Big Daddy's Big Dong wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, Ken Levine opens up a bit about Judas in a new PlayStation blog post. What are your key takeaways? Ken briefly addresses the topic of release date, but his response makes it clear that there's still plenty of work to be done. Take care and have a lovely day." So yes, this came up out of nowhere. I was thrilled to see this over on the PlayStation blog, and it's on their own official website too, so it's probably on other outlets as well. They write, Judas. Ken Levine details how player actions determine who becomes the villain. So Ken Levine wrote a little post himself on the PlayStation blog, and he writes the following, quote, We know, we've been silent for a while. It takes a lot of time and energy to make marketing materials like trailers, and we're trying to focus all our efforts on finishing Judas. But we also miss the days of having a more direct relationship with you, the gamer, so we thought, why not start releasing some devlogs? Through these, we hope to communicate more frequently to update you with new details of what we are working on without spoiling too much of what Judas has in store. The goal is to keep this pretty lo-fi, meaning more frequent updates than before, but not necessarily always with fancy trailers and super polished final imagery. Though there will be more of those as well. Yes. And right underneath is a GIF of the rented deputy. I can't, dude, just seeing this game in motion. I watched this over and over again just to try to see like new things. I'm not nerdy like that about a lot of things. And it just looks like BioShock.
Yeah.
It's just so nice. So here's what he says. There's a few interesting things here. We've just featured a major milestone, he writes. Villainy. Villainy is a central feature of Judas. When you play BioShock or BioShock Infinite, the villain is always going to be the villain. Fontaine, Comstock, they're always going to be the bad guys. In Judas, your actions will attract members of the big three to you as friends, but ignore one of them enough and they become the villain. From there, they will get access to a new suite of powers to subvert your actions and goals. The clips below demonstrate just a little bit of the feature. So there are, I just highly recommend people go to the PlayStation blog, look at some of these. They're not really GIF. I mean, there are GIFs, I guess, in some way, but they're just 5-second videos of different action, which is nice. And this is just one example of how the big three can retaliate. The more dangerous and character-specific stuff will be kept secret for now. Eventually, you'll have to make decisions about who you're going to focus your energy on and who you'll wind up alienating. And then a focus on character. One of my personal favorites of all time is Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, because of the emergent gameplay made possible by their Nemesis system. The system allows you to develop small relationships with multiple orcs. However, their goals were a little different than ours because there are so many different orcs that they don't have time to develop them into characters. In Judas, you're going to get to know these characters intimately. We want losing one of them to feel like losing a friend. We want to play with that dynamic, and we want that choice to be super hard. The big three are all going to be competing for your favor and attention. They can bribe you, save you in battle, talk shit about other characters, and share with you their darkest secrets. But eventually, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't. In BioShock Infinite, there was a lot of energy invested into developing your relationship with Elizabeth. By the end of the game, you knew everything about her, her abilities, her hopes and dreams. But the truth is, she knew almost nothing about you, the gamer, playing Booker. In Judas, the big three observe you as you play, and they have feelings not only about how you approach combat, hacking, and crafting, but most importantly, your interactions with the other two characters. As part of the villainy milestone, we also completed the biggest Judas playtest yet, where new players experience this feature firsthand. Every time we test, we learn so much, and we love having that level of knowledge when working on the game. The testers shared a ton of valuable feedback on the weight of decisions and how it impacted outcomes. They're interested in learning more about character motivations and how moments where the big three helped or turned on them changed their future decisions. And other than that, there's a piece of key art, which is awesome. And boys, I got to know, how are you feeling? This is the most we've ever learned about the game so far, other than seeing it. And Chris, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see more about it. Exciting to learn more about it. This is one of those things, though, man. Like I don't need to see any. Like I'm a mark.
Oh, totally.
For a Ken Levine game. Yeah. Like I don't necessarily need to know any of this. It's cool, and I think it's been hinted. I think this exact kind of mechanic was talked about a little bit before. I feel like this sounds familiar. Maybe they were
Is
just
this a story building blocks thing.
Yeah, the narrative Legos.
The narrative Legos. That's it.
I watched that GDC talks like so many times, but yeah, no, I mean, this sounds awesome. I love the GIFs that they showed. It just makes me want to play it. So like, I'm just kind of like, I don't know what to make of it. I'm just excited. I just want to play it right now. I'm very impatient with this one. Obviously, take all the time you need, but I don't need to see anymore. That's kind of the thing for me. I was just like, I worry about having too much explained to me. Like I kind of want to go in as blind as possible because I went into BioShock really blind. Like I saw the teaser trailer and that was it. So I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of those games. It's like if a new Mega Man or Castlevania came out, where I'd be like, I'm going to have a hard time not looking at things for this. This is just one of those because like you, I'm just such a huge BioShock fan. Like BioShock and BioShock Infinite, I think are almost as good as each other. I think BioShock, the original one, gets the edge, but BioShock Infinite's fucking amazing. They're just very rare games, like games that are like it's hard to replicate how good they are. And the man there's a lot of people responsible. He'll always remind you of that, but it's like the man, responsible for driving this thing. Anything he does, as you said, is going to be really compelling to me. And just looking at the game in action, it's like I'm like, yes. The whimsy, the weirdness, the art style, the lighting, it's all there. I'm amped up. Dustin, talk to me about Judas.
First of all, I want to know where I can sign up to be a Judas playtester if there's doing these playtests. Though I'm probably like,
that could probably be
the three of us are the least desirable playtester as being on a very public facing podcast.
Yeah, that would be tough, but I mean that could probably be arranged. I mean, but who knows?
Hit me up. I'll fly anywhere.
Yeah, you'd have to go to Boston.
Check out Judas. Oh, it's not far. It's not bad. I mean, just to echo you guys, these GIFs look awesome. I love seeing the powers in the second clip with the flame coming out. Super cool. The villainy stuff where the different, ways that you can change the story and how it'll impact you. I feel very mixed about this controversial take. But the thing that I love so much about Bioshock Infinite, I guess Bioshock 1 has multiple endings, but there's what, 3? 2?
Yeah.
In the original Bioshock?
There's 3 endings.
There's 3. But overall, the story is everyone who plays Bioshock gets 95% the same experience. It is like a novel or a movie, only a little bit different with the ending, right? It sounds like this game's story is going to be extremely open-ended. And so my gut reaction to that is that I don't like that. I want to just be told one fleshed out story that's told in a very particular way. But to, play devil's advocate with myself, being that this is Ken Levine, and it's been a really long time since I've watched that narrative Legos. Is it narrative Legos?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Since I've seen that, it's clear that he's been thinking about this for literally a decade or more. And so from that side, I'm like, okay, well, if anyone can make this open-ended story experience, it's him. And this is clearly part of the reason why this game has taken so long. So that aspect kind of counteracts my slight skepticism, just because we've had so many games where there's an open-ended story and you're like, oh, well, I kind of feel like I got half of an experience because of that. And if you play it again, you're like, okay, well, it was different, but mostly the same. Maybe a little more fulfilling, but also just not. It's like, man, I kind of just would have rather had the story told to me.
Yeah.
So I believe in Ghost Story. I believe in Ken Levine to prove me wrong on this.
Yeah, I get that as well. I guess part of me is also feeling like I wonder, like, it's been so long. There's clearly been enough time to write. Like my worry about any game that says this kind of things is like the writing. Like, how are you going to make like the idea of a character being like your friend, and then in one playthrough, and then a villain in another, and then having that be a satisfying story arc, or like a satisfyingly written or well written or well told. Generally speaking, that would be like, that's a difficult. I wouldn't want to undertake that, but it, like you said, it's been so long, and Ken Levine's been thinking about this for so long, and it is Ken Levine, that I'm kind of like, I think you could do it. And also, what's exciting about this is just the replay potential of like how many different permutations of this story exist, and how satisfying are there? How, like, what are the arcs like? Can you piss off everybody?
Yeah,
that's like, and does that in some way determine the difficulty? Like, is hard mode like not making friends with anybody?
And
I don't know.
I guess one thing that comes to mind, we did recently have a game that, even though I didn't fully finish it, so my bad on that, but Baldur's Gate 3 might be considered like the most satisfying open-ended game, where they were really able to make it so open-ended to the point where I think we were talking about, who was I talking with? I don't remember. Maddie's playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, he just accidentally missed Shadowheart at the very beginning. And so Shadowheart was just not in his game. I think that's so fucking hilarious and awesome at the same time. So that's pretty. It's not impossible.
Who is Shadowheart in the game? I just for context.
She's like, I don't know, the hot one.
Oh, okay.
The hot girl.
And you're supposed to meet her, but he just skipped her, and then she just. That's so funny. That's great.
It was either Shadowheart or there's a. When I was playing, there's like a wizard character that tries to fuck you constantly throughout the game. I missed him up until I was in Act 2. And I was like, where did I miss this character? It was at the very beginning. So it kind of happened to me as well, just with a different character.
Yeah. The Shadowheart's a bigger loss, I think.
Yeah.
Than that wizard.
Is his name Gale? The wizard?
Yeah. He's the guy who eats magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate him. I killed him.
Oh, yeah, okay. His name's Gale. Dude, I accidentally almost entered a romantic relationship with him, and I think that was a common occurrence, because this dude's horny as hell.
Yeah, no, I
He
killed
wants
him.
to fuck. He wants to bone. He wants to hear the Allegheny Hogs oink. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hoink,
So-
oink. Oh, I said hoink. Oink, oink.
Oink, oink, oink. So,
Make them honk, girl.
Be careful. Careful of those wizards.
Show me your cans.
Show me them can.
It's a little throwback. It's like when you're listening to a concept album and there's a little bit of a sting from a previous song as it goes.
Yeah.
Right.
Timestamp. You listeners right now are like, what the fuck?
I agree with you that this could go one of two ways. I mean, what they seem to be focusing on, and what I assume, the reason I assume Take-Two and Strauss Zelnick and those guys have given them, Ghost Story and Ken Levine so much latitude is because BioShock is a critical darling, and it means something. And we saw that with the situation with BioShock 4, how they want to release it, but they want to make it as good as they can. They understand. But this idea, and they seem to be leaning into it with the marketing, just through what he's saying, is like, what if you could just play BioShock endlessly, or at least to a really high degree of customization, which is what you were saying. And it's funny, as you were saying, it was controversial. That's what I was writing down as well, is because it's going to be a controversial thing on whether this game could have just told a story or whether it's trying to do something different. But I think he kind of has been telegraphing this the entire time. And again, you guys brought up this GDC talk, which is 10 years old, I think.
Yeah, it was like 2013, I think, or 20. No, 20.
I think it was
2014,
2014,
2015.
Yeah, because he was done with Infinite. And I mean, it has been 12 years plus since Infinite came out. And it is frustrating, but my suspicion is that they see something here and they think that there's something worth pursuing. And shouting out the Nemesis system is another clever piece of marketing, because this is something that people really do care about. So promising a steroids version of that really determines deeply the level of the game means that Judas is probably a fairly ambitious product, and it could come out great or not. But I suspect, I just don't think you would let them keep going like this. I think the only thing that works against them is that there's going to be a lot of pressure to deliver. I mean, this is a long time coming, and it is I don't know anything about this, so I don't want people to misjudge me, but it's like, my expectation is I think we'll get the date at the Game Awards. Like, I think this game is a year out. Or so. It's time. Got to do it. And I'm excited to see more. And it'll probably be such a relief for those guys to finally get this thing out. Although people have been roving on and off that team in large part, because it's, they're taking so much time, and a lot of it has probably been done for a while. So, all right. So there's that. Of Fortuna wrote in about our next topic. He says, "Hello, Sacred Crew, longtime listener, supporter, and lurker with a first-time write-in. On the 23rd, Sony revealed the 4 Middle East and North Africa MENA Hero Project games coming to PlayStation. The games are Red Bandits, a robbery action game where I couldn't find any gameplay or footage; NC Solution, where the gameplay reminds me of Celeste; The Perfect Run, a third-person action-adventure RPG as seen in the only video I was able to find; A Cat's Manor, which looks to be a puzzle platformer game. I myself am interested specifically in one of these games, The Perfect Run, as I am a massive fan of the book series it is based off of. None of these games have an official release date as of me writing this comment. Some have coming soon listed, and specifically for The Perfect Run, it has a release year of 2028 as stated by the author. I just wanted to ask you all about everyone's initial impressions, thoughts, feelings, vibes, or gut instincts about these games from the very limited descriptions and gameplay shown." So yes, there is a blog post on the PlayStation blog, a fruitful source this particular week on a few different stories, which I appreciate. This is, of course, Sony's official marketing conduit. And they did announce the 4 MENA Hero Project games. So just to remind people, so we've criticized Sony a great deal on this episode. One place where you really have to give them an enormous amount of credit, and where, in my opinion, they have bodied their competitors, not only in the hardware space, but in the publishing space, generally speaking, is pursuing games in, let's say, off mainstream markets and slowly making them mainstream. I think Sony has played an enormous role, for instance, in getting gaming not only going in China in a major way, but exporting a lot of those games. And they've bodied their competitors in this way. So the China Hero Project is about to release Lost Soul Aside, which is imminent, which is exciting. And they have the India Hero Project as well, which has 5 games announced for it. And now the MENA Hero Project, which, as was said in the letter, is in the Middle East and North Africa. And there's a whole website for this at playstation.com/en-us/MENA-Hero-project if you want to check it out, or you can just Google it. And these games come from a variety of different countries, and it's pretty exciting. So here are the games as described on PlayStation Blog, as he was saying. Red Bandits is developed by a Saudi Arabian studio called Team Agenda. And it says, quote, Red Bandits is a fast-paced robbery action game set in a hyper-capitalist age where one company rules the world through complete monopoly. In this world, a newly formed thieves organization known as the Red Bandits emerged to challenge the system and spark a rebellion. You play as Stut, a seasoned old thief with a stuttering condition and a mysterious past he can't fully remember. Break into the company's forfeited floors, take down the powerful board of directors, and bring back a demonopolized world order. With a dynamic cover system, evolving heists, and a vibrant comrades hideout, Red Bandits blends fast, stylish action with a deeply personal story of rebellion, robbing its way to PS5 and PC. So there's that. NC Solution is from the UAE studio Dark Emerald. And it's described as, quote, exiled by humans centuries ago, the Aeons are confined to desolate underground. Their village is safe, but beyond the gates, danger lurks at every corner, and not everyone can be trusted. No one has left the village before except for Jiwei. Inspired by techno-dystopian aesthetics, NC Solution is a hand-painted 2.5D narrative platformer following the story of Jiwei, a young Aeon venturing out into the unknown in an attempt to save his dearest friend. Stumbling upon NC, a lost encyclopedic robot who finds himself far from home. The two form an unusual bond and set out together to surface of planet Regalia. Play through 40-plus levels with increasing difficulty and explore uncharted territories. Find collectibles and uncover the secrets they carry about the world and its odd inhabitants. Keep an eye out for hidden levels and challenge yourself to think outside the box. Will you find your solution on PS5 and PC? There is video for this particular one if people want to check it out. There's a trailer. The Tunisian studio Lantern Studios is developing The Perfect Run. It says, quote, save the world or blow it up yourself one loop at a time. The Perfect Run is an action-adventure RPG game where the player controls Quick Save, a time-traveling hero caught in an epic struggle between supervillain gangs, marketed superheroes, and a powerful megacorporation for the control of the city of New Rome. With 3 days to decide the city's fate, the player can go back in time to decide their perfect ending, if they have the skill to do so. Interact with NPCs and unlock new dialogue options thanks to information collected in earlier loops. Join a faction in one route and fight them in the next. Bend time itself in epic battle against superpowered bosses. Collect the best upgrades before the reset, and unlock the city's secrets in this memorable superhero adventure. Find The Perfect Run on PS5 and PC. That one sounds a little bit like Deathloop.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
And finally, A Cat's Manor, developed by the Bahrainian studio Happiest Dark Corner. Quote, you awaken trapped in a house infested with spiders and inhabited by an eccentric family. At the end of your tale, you discover a crudely stitched hand. With no memory of who you are or how you got here, you let curiosity guide you forward. A Cat's Manor is an atmospheric adventure that blends puzzles, combat crafting, and rhythm-based music challenges. Use your wits to escape the manor. Investigate your surroundings, solve puzzles, fight your way through deadly encounters, or outsmart your foes and avoid trouble. Inspect, observe, listen, and feel your surroundings for clues and cues, immersing yourself with 3D audio and PS5 DualSense controller features. Uncover the secrets of the manor and unravel what the family is hiding, creeping its way to PS5s and PCs near you. So anything here, Dustin, that sticks out to you of these 4 new games from a totally new region of the world?
The first thing I want to point out in this Red Bandits game is the fact that this character's name is Stut, and he has a stuttering condition. You know, I'm thinking about the whole team. Like, is there Stub? It's a guy that's missing an arm. They're like, oh, this is Perry, and it's a paraplegic in a way that's just like a whole crew with mildly offensive nicknames.
You got a whole routine about this.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking about it when you were reading these. I was like, I'm thinking about Stut. So, yeah, I'm wondering with these, the rubber is really going to meet the road, actually, in the release day of this podcast with Lost Soul aside, because it's the most high-profile game from these various hero projects. And so I'm really curious how that's going to work out. Right now, there are no reviews for Lost Soul aside. No one knows if it's any good.
Yeah.
It's a little concerning.
Yeah, apparently they have like some sort of day one patch. Yeah, it is concerning. It is definitely concerning. It's just strange. Like, just get this game in order already. Like, how long is this going to fucking go? You know?
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm excited about it. I have not pre-ordered it or bought it, so I don't know, but I will.
Yeah. It's cool to see them investing in all these games, and hopefully they can find some really good talent. I think overall, though, that none of these games from any of these Hero Project games I haven't played any of them. None of them have been particularly appealing to me. And I think overall, none of them have been big hits. Not that they needed to be, but if that's the goal is to find the talent, we'll see with Lost Soul Aside. That could be the first one, or it could be a massive miss. We just don't know at the time of recording. By the time you guys are listening, we're going to have a better idea of the quality of Lost Soul Aside. I really hope it's good. But of these games here, this game, The Perfect Run, the one you said sounds like Deathloop, does look the most interesting. I found gameplay on YouTube that I think was right. And yeah, when you search The Perfect Run, this is a book series, as the listener or as the write-in mentioned. So kind of an interesting. This is the first time one of these games has been like, this is based on a book. So kind of cool.
Chris, anything here for you? I think Dustin's right that like nothing is really broken through yet. Lost Soul Aside is probably the one that has the best chance, but really a lot of it is going to hinge on its quality. What do you think?
Yeah, well, also it's I don't know. Like I know what you're saying, where it's like we haven't seen the big one yet, but I think just having these games in this market where it might be exposed to more people. I mean, you'd have to imagine development costs over in these areas are probably like significantly more affordable. So it's probably they probably need less to be successful. But Red Bandits, to me, I like the art. I dig the I like Stut. I like that. I like that idea. It's cute and weird. I don't know anything about it though. It's just an image, so like can only really say so much. But I think this hand painted what is this? Enchi solution?
Yeah, NC solution. Yeah. I don't know exactly how to say it. Could be Enchi. Yeah.
It looks pretty solid. I dig the art style quite a bit. It reminds me of something I played a long fucking time ago, but I can't for the life of me remember the name. It's like a puzzle game that had this kind of a vibe, although like definitely more lo-fi, less technologically proficient, lower budget for sure. But as for the rest of these, like I don't know, I don't feel anything.
Jesus Christ.
I think I don't know. It's hard to say because like a lot of this is just art. I tried to find this Perfect Run gameplay that you were talking about. I don't know if I found it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
But
it was one of those things I wasn't even sure because it had such low views. But if this game wasn't really known before this at all, then that could be part of it.
Yeah, I wonder. I think there's something about the intention behind this. It's probably fairly cheap to get involved in it. Again, it reminds me of the pub fund during the PS3 and Vita era and early PS4 era, where Sony would just lend money to companies, and then the games would be locked in an exclusivity deal until they like got their rips that paid them the money back, and then they can release them elsewhere. Guacamelee is probably the most famous game that came out of that. And which is an exceptional. I mean, Guacamelee is fucking amazing, and Drinkbox is an amazing studio. But I wonder if it's more to engender good feelings about PlayStation in these development communities, these burgeoning development communities, to solicit the bigger things that these people will do once they get their feet wet and start getting these projects out there. And then you have the intended consequence. I don't want to say unintended. The intended consequence is saying like, and maybe one of these games hits. But I just feel like the way that they treat some of these games, like Evo Tinction is a game that comes up a lot where I'm like, this game was literally a fart in the wind. I played it and people know I beat it. It's like, this was pretty good. What was the point of you even doing it? Why did we do this? That's the big thing. It's like, what is the execution? It's like making a video on YouTube with no consideration for the thumbnail. It's like, well, no one's going to find it. No one's going to, you put all this work in, you invested in the time and energy and produce this thing, and there's very little to show for it. So it is a little muddled. So I guess what I'm saying is based on like the way that they've marketed and treated some of these games, it's like, yeah, maybe it is more about just engendering fairly. It's like soft power in politics. Like, oh yeah, we'll build you a well. Or here's like, here's some food aid. And then later on, it's like, oh, maybe you can do something for us. So who knows? I don't know. None of these games I'm on the China Hero Project website right now. There are
If you count Lost Soul aside, there are 13 upcoming games from that, and there are 5 upcoming India Hero Project games. A couple of China Hero Project games have been canceled over time, but most of them do come out, which is interesting. And I need to play more of them. I think I've only played 2 of them. Like Fist, Forged in Shadow Torch, that one looks really good. And right up my alley. And a lot of people did enjoy that. That's on like everything. You can play that even on Switch and Xbox, I think, at this point. So it obviously sold appreciably.
Yeah.
But one final thing. We've been talking a lot about Helldivers and the future of games migrating to Xbox and how there's so much muddied messaging and why I just feel like the messaging indicates that they're not interested in doing the single player stuff. It's like, again, they're explicitly saying like coming to PC, PS5 and PC, PS5 and PC, PS5 and PC, PS5 and PC. I mean, that makes sense to me, but that's just, they're not going to give you any of this stuff either, but they're going to give you the bigger things. And then people will say like, well, they're not going to sell over on Xbox. And again, my argument is that they're not probably going to sell very much anywhere. So there's just, to me, it's just, I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but it's just a little muddy. It's the same thing we've been saying about Freedom Wars, Patapon, Everybody's Golf from Bandai Namco. There's just weird. I want to know more. And again, this goes back to what we were saying earlier. Let's bring it back about speaking at this particular time as things are as the acts are different in terms of the way things are being brought to market and console consideration and all that or whatever. So anyway, shout out to those guys. I'm sure it was very exciting to have Sony knocking on your door, or actually you submitted your game and then Sony picked the winners, but very exciting. You'll have their marketing and their money, and maybe you'll be like Evo Tinction and just come out and no one will know. We'll see.
Yeah. Real quick, I mentioned that gameplay.
Yeah.
A little bit of an interesting thing about this. So I sent you guys a link. This has 206 views. This is what I saw earlier. And I clicked around on the YouTube channel. I was like, oh, this is someone's UE5 project or something like that. But then I went and I found this guy's Twitter account that is listed on the YouTube channel because it says Hitsatsu Games. And I was like, well, that's not the name of the studio. But this guy is from the same country on Twitter. So maybe this is gameplay. It's just not, I don't know. There's a weird trail here that I've been discovering.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. I mean, it doesn't look very fine, but it could be. This is just a proof of concept, even maybe.
Yeah,
pretty minimal UI.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows? Games don't look good until they do. I've found in my own experience. All right, couple other quick pieces of news. This one comes from Windows Central. This is relevant to us just because of Forza Horizon 5's success. Millions of copies sold on PlayStation 5. It appears that Forza Horizon 6 will be revealed, perhaps, according to documentation, I guess, seen by Windows Central at Tokyo Game Show.
Oh.
And that kind of announcement, I think, it's not the early Xbox 360 era anymore, where Microsoft was aggressively chasing exclusivity on Xbox to draw Japanese gamers to their platform, which was a wise decision. It didn't work out well, but a lot of good games came out of that. People love Blue Dragon and things of that nature, Lost Odyssey. These days, it's clear that these are going to be multi-platform games, and I would imagine you would want to announce your Japanese Forza Horizon entry in Japan on a console people can play it on in Japan. And so I'm just connecting the dots here. It seems like this is going to happen. Any interest in this? A Japanese? And by the way, this I saw, I didn't report on it at the time, but I think a couple of weeks ago, people were talking about a Japan-based, I should say, Forza Horizon 6 because they were not caught, but people saw people from Playground scanning a car that's only in Japan. And it could conceivably be brought elsewhere, but it's like a car that you really only see there. So any interest in this?
Sounds cool. I have yet to really get into a Forza Horizon game. I played some of 5, and it was cool, but not really my thing. So maybe if it has some weebish tendencies, and of course, when you play a game that it's in a location you've been to before, kind of adds a little bit of interest there.
Weebish tendencies. What are you hoping to see in here? Like car wraps?
Oh yeah, dude. Well, dude, when I did play Forza Horizon 5, you can download from like their community thing. I had like an Evangelion character on my car. You know, it was I would never do that in real life, but in a game, I mean, why not?
Why not do it in real life?
Dude, there is a guide a few blocks from me that has One Piece wraps on his car.
Do you know him? Have you
And
talked
it
to him?
is, I've never seen this man. I don't know. I'm a little afraid of him.
Yeah.
Like, that's too far.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Chris, Forza Horizon, you're not a... Are you a Forza Horizon person?
I mean, I Forza Horizon 5 I thought was really good, and I did get I got more into Forza Horizon 5 than I typically do get into those games, and certainly more than I expected to, but not to the degree that I would be necessarily excited to pay full price for a sequel. You know, like I think it's good. I think they're very good games. I think there's even a chance that some people who might think themselves to be not into these types of games might get something out of trying them, and they might find that they actually really like them. I think I played Forza Horizon 5 for I think 15 hours or something. That's a long time for me to play a racing game like that. But obviously, famously, if everybody remembers, Forza Horizon 5 came out on Game Pass, obviously. And then I think a week and a half later or something like that, Halo Infinite released the multiplayer early as a surprise. And so I was just like, oh, well, you kind of undercut me there, because I'm definitely not going to be playing Forza Horizon over this. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot as far as getting me on board, really. But I mean, it's a good idea. It's a good idea to take that franchise in a different direction and to announce it at TGS. I think it's smart and interesting. I think it's probably going to happen.
All right. Couple more pieces of news, and then we can move on into what we're playing and wrap things up with listener inquiries, as we always do. This comes from Push Square, our friends over there. I just thought this was interesting because a lot of people are talking about this. They write, Sony's convoluted PS Store refund process has finally been streamlined. And they write, quote, if you've ever tried to get a refund on the PlayStation Store purchase, you'll know the process is quite painful. Fortunately, Sony's finally done something about it, as the method by which you can ask for your money back has been made much simpler. While logged into your PSN account on the PS app for smarter devices or on the PlayStation Store website, you can now simply hit a button while viewing your past purchases to ask for a refund. Here's the process via the website. Log into your PSN account, click your avatar, then account settings, click transaction history, find an eligible purchase you wish to have refunded, click it, then click request refund. On the app, it's very similar. While logged in, tap the menu button and select transaction history, choose a purchase, and hit request refund. This is a much simpler route than asking PlayStation for your money back on PlayStation Store purchases. It was previously a much messier procedure. While this is good news, it should be noted that the PS Store refunds policy is no less strict on exactly what can be refunded. In a nutshell, you can get a refund if your purchase was made within 14 days of the refund request, you haven't downloaded or streamed the item. If it has been downloaded or streamed, item is found to be faulty. And you can find the full policy on the website. So this is good news. Usually you would have to message them, I think, and kind of just ask and hope you were they were going to treat you kindly. And there were certain games, I think, where it was fine. Obviously, Cyberpunk was a famous example of that back in 2020 and early 2021. But more recently, Mind's Eye, apparently, people are getting refunds for. And it makes sense. The rules make sense to me. It's you have 14 days. Don't download the game if you don't want it. And the second you do, the game has to be found to have been faulty or you're in. That seems reasonable enough to me. I like what Steam has done, but I also feel like that's too easy to abuse too. It's the best. It's good, but it's maybe not strict enough. You could beat entire games in the course of the demo. I'm not saying that's common, but I think people are very flippant with buying and requesting refunds and then reviewing things and shit. I just think it's strange.
Yeah, well, that's my main point, was just that this is good because it was annoying. At some point in the last year, I accidentally bought Diablo 4. I don't know how that happened, but I had to go and request a refund, and it was annoying. I did get it. But yeah, it's just so hard. For me, the Steam refund is so awesome because there's games that I've been curious about, and I can buy it and I can play for an hour. And if I'm like, yeah, this is not really what I'm looking for, or it doesn't run well or something like that, then no questions asked, refund. And that's awesome. Yeah. I agree that it may be a little bit too generous because I'm sure there are people that abuse it. I think for Steam, it does say that it's not guaranteed. And so maybe if you are constantly buying games and refunding them over and over again, maybe there is a limit because it still needs to be approved by Valve to get that refund. So maybe kind of that's where the balance comes in. But
maybe.
Yeah, the Steam, there's been a few times on PlayStation where I've bought a game, played a little bit, and I'm like, man, I actually, within an hour, know that I'm like, I don't like this. I don't want to play it. And it's like, oh, well, if I would have bought it on Steam, I could have my money back. But PlayStation just doesn't do that.
Yeah, Steam's come in handy a lot of times. So like the most recent one that I can remember was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 when I got that on PC because I wanted to be able to stream it to my Steam Deck or whatever, and it just wouldn't work. Like the controls on Steam Deck were, for streaming anyway, were completely fucked. Like you couldn't move. Like it wouldn't register the sticks as like valid inputs. So I was like, oh well, this completely ruins how I was going to play this. And I was able to get it pretty immediately and then just buy it on PS5. And so it's useful if you're going to use it like ethically, I think. But,
yeah, but a lot of people don't, obviously. But it is what it is. I mean, it's good to be pro-consumer friendly. Make sure that you can transact easily if you buy something on accident. And I think that's what they're doing, is saying like a slip of a finger or something, which is what happened with you with Diablo. I have this theory, and I think it's almost certainly true. I just try to stay on the up and up with the various companies that I transact with, so that if and when something like that happens, that hopefully they'll be like, oh yeah, he really needs a refund. Right. It's like with Amazon. I buy so much shit from Amazon, and then I very rarely send things back. And I think that works in my advantage, so that they just algorithmically believe me when I say that there is actually a problem. And so there should be something about that too, like implemented through AI or whatever on Steam, where it's like, you do this too much. Your like access to doing this is cut off. You're not doing it in good faith. You're treating it like demos. And really, that's not what our intention is. But whatever, it works for them. I do wonder how they do it. They must have like money in escrow or something that is immediately charged for the game, and then it's refunded back. That, in other words, like the credit card transaction fees on Steam's part is probably really high if they're actually refunding your shit. Do you guys know? Does your card get hit?
I have no idea.
That would be interesting to know. I'm sure it's well known, but I just don't know because I don't buy games on Steam.
When you request a refund, you can choose whether to have it be sent back to your card or to be added to your Steam wallet.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so yeah, they are charging you right at the point of purchase. That's extra interesting because that's expensive for them. That's not a trivial thing.
Yep.
All right, couple more things here. And by the way, I've never asked for money back on PSN game because I just don't think I bought some shitty games. But I've never had a game where I'm like, this is unacceptably on a technical level or something like that. Okay, Skate. The Skate revival is en route. The full release is unknown because it's not coming out in a full release yet. But the early access period, which will be available on PlayStation consoles, PS4 and PS5, begins September 16th, 2025. And Skate announced this via their social media platforms. The trophies are live, so the early access period has trophies, and people are already playing it in great numbers. So it must be accessible through, they must be pretty confident in it. In other words, media types, journalists, and whatever are playing it. Skate hasn't been seen in a long time. I was looking this up in preparation for the show. I was like, when was the last Skate game? And it was 2010, Skate 3. And so a long time. And this was announced you guys might remember back in 2020, they announced that Skate was coming back. So this has been in development for a long time and percolating for a while. It's built on the Frostbite engine, not a huge surprise there. And I suspect that this is going to go pretty good for them. I don't know exactly, but it seems like the appetite for this game is fairly healthy. Are either of you going to check out the early access period that begins September 16th?
I believe it's free early access, not like a paid early access before the main free-to-play launch. So free to play, absolutely. I've never really been into Skate, at least when I was younger. I played like a few demos. I think in that time frame, I was so tuned into playing Tony Hawk, and then when I immediately played Skate and was horrible at it, it just made me frustrated. And I didn't understand that I'm like, this is not arcadey like Tony Hawk is. So I'd love to check it out with fresh eyes at this point, understanding that it's different. And with free to play, I mean, this could be, depending on how they do it, sounds like it's going to be cosmetics and things like that. I mean, that could work. Ideal.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely check it out.
Cool. Chris, are you going to skate?
Yeah, I think so. I think I had the same experience that Dustin had, where I was just like, I was so immediately bad at skate and I couldn't get my bearings. And I was like, this sucks.
That happened in the PS1 era. There was a game, I think it was called, it was a Thrasher. Thrasher, the classic skating brand, the magazine or whatever. There was like a Thrasher skating game that was more serious, and everyone not everyone, but a lot of people got into it or bought it, rented it, whatever, because they assumed it would be like Tony Hawk, but it was a much more hardcore game that was just like, I don't want to play that kind of shit personally. Dagan will be really interested in this, I think.
It's interesting though, because it's like it's more hardcore and more serious, but at the same time it is more stupid. Like it is more wacky because like there's an emphasis, and I love in the trailer that they put out, there's a big emphasis on the ragdoll physics, which I think was obviously like pretty key in the virality of Skate. I still to this day see there's always a clip of Jesus doing the T-pose, like skating, that I see like every so often, like every week, once a week, I'll see that clip, and I'm like, man, Skate has a level of staying power that's interesting. And so, yeah, I never got into it, and I kind of regret it. And so, like, it'll be a good way to get involved. And they seem to completely understand that. Like the trailer just shows a bunch of people smashing into cars and like falling and like clearly sustaining devastating damage. And it's nice. It's cool. I will definitely be checking it out. Although I'll probably be terrible at it again.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see what they kind of garner from this early access period. Again, a lot of people are playing it now. So I don't know there must be a lot of people behind the scenes that have been testing it probably and have had access to it. And maybe that's translating into just kind of continual access up to the point of the 16th, which is my mom's 75th birthday. All right. Bob Seger's still staring at me. Oh, Jesus.
Get him out of there.
Yeah. Okay. Couple more things here. Matt Piscatella over at their Circana group, which tracks American game sales in the biggest market in the world, obviously, for consoles and PCs and elsewhere. They release their data every month. He does so on Blue Sky here, the social media app. This is for July 2025. And there's a lot of data here. What we really care about is the software, of course, and the hardware. Of course, Switch 2 was the best-selling hardware for the month, followed by PS5 in second place. And that's both units sold and money made gross. Okay, so big month here for EA as far as games sold. This is from July 6th through August 2nd, and this counts unless otherwise noted. So like Nintendo doesn't count digital sales, but most of these count digital sales and so on and so forth. So EA Sports College Football 26 was the best-selling game of the month, not a huge surprise, followed by the EA Sports MVP bundle, which is number 2. That is buying Football 26 and then Madden 26 at the same time. Donkey Kong Bonanza, based only on physical sales, is number 3 in the United States, followed by another new entrant in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which though on Game Pass, still slotted in here at number 4. Other notable games here, Grounded 2, in at number 8, including the best-selling PC game for the month. I didn't know that Grounded had such a hardcore audience. I knew it was big. People enjoyed it when it came over to PlayStation as well, but I had no idea it was like that. Obsidian has turned into a very interesting studio, doing a lot of very weird and disparate shit, not unlike what Insomniac was for a while and might still be. Let's see what else is here. Death Stranding 2 falls from number 2 to number 12 for the month. Elden Ring Night Rain falls from number 1 to number 16. That's a fairly precipitous fall for the game. I wonder if it's saturated itself. Not that that's bad. It saturated itself to the tune of millions of players. But that does seem that is an unusual fall for a number 1 game to go. Like it fell below Death Stranding. But it is based on money, by the way. This is dollar sales. And it is a $40 game. So it's a little deceiving. And interestingly, Spider-Man 2 is still holding on at number 19, popping back into the top 20. And these are, of course, overall best-selling premium games year to date. Monster Hunter Wilds is still the best-selling game of the year in the United States, followed by Oblivion Remastered. And EA Sports College Football 26 is already slotted into the 3rd spot. Other notable games, MLB The Show 25 at 5. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the 6th best-selling game of the year so far. Elden Ring Night Rain is number 8. And it's amazing. Forza Horizon 5, based only on its PlayStation 5 sales, is the 11th best-selling game in the United States this year. It's incredible. Doom the Dark Ages is at number 17, and Donkey Kong Bonanza sneaks in at number 20. Again, digital sales are not counted. Nintendo very stubborn with that. And they are not a vain company. And what I mean by that is like you would think you would want to look as good as possible in these charts, but they really just don't give a shit. They like their proprietary information, and then they put all the sales data in their own financials. And they're the most open with that stuff if you just give it a little bit of time. Civ 7, by the way, holding on number 14 overall. So pretty interesting stuff here. Nothing crazy to write home about. Anything that you guys want to pull from here? I mean, I guess I will say this, PlayStation games in particular, the top 10, PlayStation only from July 6th to August 2nd. College Football 26, the MVP bundle, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, Forza Horizon 5, MLB The Show 25, Grand Theft Auto 5, Minecraft, and WWE 2K25. So a fairly boring list. Anything you want to say, Dustin, about these?
It's not really PlayStation related, but Donkey Kong Bonanza being number 3, physical only, just shows that Switch owners are still buying games physically a lot, and they really need to figure out that game key card situation probably pretty fast, because I think it's turned into a much bigger deal than they ever expected. So pretty interesting though at number 3. Tony Hawk did better than I expected, just because I feel like it kind of came and went really fast. Not a lot of people, we talked about it briefly. I didn't even finish it. Not that it was bad or anything, but so yeah, dude, that's doing well. And then I also did not know that Grounded 2 was anything really. Just because I wonder if that's a game that just appeals to kids more so, or I don't know.
It's
crafting game.
Yeah, I mean, I remember playing the original when it first came out, and I thought it was charming and fun. Those games just aren't really for me. And like, they have to be like a very particular vibe for them to be for me. And even in the cases that they are, like, I got into Valheim quite a bit, but even that was like a sub 30-hour game for me. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't put that much time into it. Anyway, I'm just not a mark for those games. But Grounded is a pretty big. Like, I know people who like. They think Grounded is fucking great. I don't know what they think about Grounded 2. I haven't talked to them about it, but it's kind of this sleeper kind of undercurrent thing that people really, really are into. And I get it. I like the premise a lot.
Yeah, it's cool.
Of the Honey I Shrunk the Kids kind of survival. Like it's a unique premise for a game like that. So I get it, but it's never been for me.
And remember, really. Everything is relative to. On the charts, like, we don't have a baseline number to compare anything to, so it's all relative to each other. Like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, though it did well on these monthly charts, is not even in the top 20 games sold for the year, and probably never will be, therefore. So I wish we had more to benchmark things, but this is what we have to work with. So people do get access to this data. Like I told you, this used to be the MPD data, and that shit's really expensive to get access to. But it was so fun to read through it. At least for huge nerds like me. All right, last thing I wanted to discuss before we go, new PlayStation Plus Essential games. And this is a really fairly impressive month, in my opinion. So for people that don't know, and I'm sure you all do, PlayStation Plus, obviously the subscription service on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, etc. PS Plus Essential is the base version everyone gets. It used to be the only version of it. And that's where you get 3-ish free games, or games as part of the subscription you pay is really the more appropriate nomenclature there. To add to your library, as always, if you're interested in these games and you don't own them already, you should add them to your library now. You can download them later, even after they're no longer available to download for free. You will have them in your download list as long as your PS Plus subscription is active. The following games will be available on September 2nd, and it begins with a game that I think you like, Chris, right? Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
From Double Fine. So Xbox getting involved here a little bit and getting some of that PS Plus money. I don't blame them. That's a PS4 game. It'll play obviously fine on your PS5. And then a big one here, Stardew Valley, the PS4 version as well. There is no native PS5 version of Stardew Valley. You don't really need a native version of it. There is a Vita version of it. It's not included here, it doesn't seem like. But that's where I played it, actually. I'm one of the 5 people that played the Vita version of Stardew Valley. So that will be available on PS4. And then finally, Viewfinder, which is available for both PS4 and PS5, first-person puzzle adventure game. You have until August 2nd, or I'm sorry, not August 2nd, September 1st, rather, to add the current games that are available as of the time of recording and publishing, which is Lies of P, Daisy, and I know the game that Dustin really wanted to play, which is My Hero 1's Justice 2. So you can download those through September 1st. Anything here for you guys? Unfortunately, Viewfinder's not interesting to me, although I know people really love it. I own Stardew Valley. I think I might own Psychonauts already as well. I think I might have bought it when it was on sale at some point. So I don't know that there's literally anything for me, but I know people are pretty into this month. I think this is a good month. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's some strong games here. Viewfinder has always intrigued me. So I think I might jump into it now. Because I like the premise. I like these like mind-bending. Anything that has like Portal energy, which this seems to, at least from a gameplay perspective, like kind of a mind-bending kind of recontextualization of 3D physical space. I love it. So I'll probably check that out. Stardew Valley, I think I must own Stardew Valley on something. I have so many goddamn machines. I don't know. But so that's not necessarily for me. And I own Psychonauts 2, but man, I think it's a pretty good month. I think there's like Stardew Valley and Psychonauts 2 are just objectively very good games. Like Psychonauts 2 is just really fucking good. Like if you like platformers, especially, like you should absolutely play it. And Stardew Valley is obviously critically acclaimed. Viewfinder, I don't know much about. I don't know how Viewfinder was received, but I think the idea is really cool and interesting. It's a good month, I think. It's just not necessarily like a heavy month for me, I guess, because I already have experience with most of these.
Yeah, it has very positive reviews on Steam. Viewfinder. Anything here for you, Dustin?
No, not for me, but not because these games are bad, just because Stardew Valley, I just played it earlier this year for a long time doing the co-op with Holly. Fantastic game. Highly, highly, highly recommend it. It's just super satisfying, super addicting. The co-op also surprisingly very good. Viewfinder, I bought and played this game when it came out, and it's pretty good. There's a similar game that I like a lot more called Superliminal. If you enjoy these puzzle perspective type games. Also, do you guys remember the clip that went, at least it was viral on Twitter? It's from YouTuber Vine Sauce, where they're playing it and they hear a line of dialogue and just pause and then turn it off. It has like Marvel-esque. The clip I was looking, the voiceover is like, "Did you just shift reality?" And it just immediately like, no, like it was.
Yeah, there you go.
So dialogue in this game not so hot, but for free, if you like these perspective type puzzle games, I recommend it. And then Psychonauts 2. When Chris sees One Piece and the characters and he finds them gross and uninteresting and unappealing, that's how I feel when I see Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
It might be a fine game, but I don't know. I'm just not that interested in it.
Yeah, I could see. It's like if I had to, in fairness, if there were 1,000 episodes of Psychonauts, I wouldn't be watching it.
Ooh.
Sounds like you have commitment issues.
That's 100% true.
Well then, all right, my boys, it's time for what we're playing. We're back from our break. Let's see here. What order do we want to go in? Dustin, let's go to you first. Actually, this week, you're playing Hollow Knight as well as Luminous Arise's demo. Or Luminous Arise has a date, I think, in November now, right?
Yep. Yeah, they just came out with the surprise demo and the date. This game's fucking awesome. So I think we talked about this when it was announced, but this is from Enhance, which they did Tetris Effect, and it's also a lot of the team that did Rez many years ago. And so it's very much like Tetris Effect, but with Luminous. If you've ever played that game, a classic on the PSP, you got to try this demo. I'm not very good at it. I've been trying to get my mind set to do like bigger combos and stuff like that. But right now in the demo, you can play 3 stages and you can also try an online battle mode. Dude, I was trying this battle mode online. I have not won a single game. And it's partially because
deflating.
Dude, it's not even, I am bad at the game. So that is part of it. But some of these people that I'm playing against, I'm like, how? I have no idea how you can play this fast and get this many combos. Because as soon as basically all the games start the same, where I'm trying to be deliberate with my piece placement, stuff like that. And then because it's like Tetris battle mode, the walls start coming up from the opponent's plays. And then I just start like panicking where I start placing things quickly, and then it's just downhill from there. So definitely check this one out. It's free. I'm probably going to keep playing the demo just because it's easy to hop in and play those 3 levels, and it's infinite. It's like Tetris. You can just kind of chill and play that over and over. So highly recommend that. The main thing though, over the weekend was playing Hollow Knight. I had started this game probably 3 different times over the years and never got fully into it. And with Silksong coming out, everything I've seen from that looks amazing. Particularly, I'm so intrigued by the movement of the character in Silksong that I'm like, man, I think that one's really going to connect with me more than Hollow Knight. But I wanted to do my due diligence and play Hollow Knight finally, since it's really, by a lot of people, revered as one of the greatest Metroidvania games ever of all time. So with my playthrough, which I got a little bit of feedback about this already, when I posted my tweet about it, I basically mainlined it and just got the base ending. And so my completion at the end was 50%. And I've been thinking about going back and playing more, but I just don't know if I like it that much. I can see what people see in it, and I think it is a great game. But I think the thing that bothered me the most, ironically, as a From Software fan, is having to get back to where you were when you die. Just like super insanely annoying to me, where I'm out exploring. I haven't found a checkpoint yet, which is a bench in this game. And if you die, then you get sent all the way back to that the bench that you were at. It's like, you just go ahead, walk all the way back. And this happens all the time. And I don't know, maybe it's a skill issue, but I just found like that at some point I was like, okay, this is just like, I feel like I'm wasting my time by having to do this all the time. Luckily for most of the bosses, you don't have to do too much. Like, there's usually a checkpoint before a boss that makes it a little more convenient. But just overall, when I was like, it made it, the act of exploring, way more stressful for me, where I was like, dude, I need to find a checkpoint soon, because I really don't want to have to waste my time if I die here, walking all the way back here, figuring out where I was. So overall, probably the thing I like the most about this game, and the thing that has had me thinking about going back and playing more, is the boss fights in this game are awesome. Particularly the last boss of the game, which I won't get into. The last boss of the minimal ending was really good. So it's got me a lot more excited for Silksong, just because I went and rewatched the gameplay, the recent trailer for Silksong. And I'm like, yeah, I think this is gonna be more satisfying to me than Hollow Knight. I hope that the checkpoints are a little more generous, just because it's that's like the type of skill, or I guess like gameplay difficulty, that I just am not always down with. And yeah, I was trying to reconcile in my brain, like, why is this not okay? Why don't you like this here, but you are okay with it with From Software games? And I think From Software games, the earlier ones have this problem where it's like your checkpoints are much fewer and farther in between. So it makes it, the more recent From Software games, I like those more, and that's probably partially the reason. So, Colin, you said you beat this game. Do you remember what your completion is? Because I was shocked that when I got to the end, it said 50%.
No, I don't remember that at all. Yeah, I beat it. I was looking at my trophies actually to see when I beat it. Maybe last week or whatever. It was 2019. So it's been a long time since
it's been a while.
I played. I really don't remember very much about it. I really liked it. I remember doing a lot of the optional stuff. There are like boss gauntlets and things like that where it's like, this is fucking hard, man. Like, this is really, really difficult. That's the big thing I remember about it. Yeah. But
I did one of those.
Yeah, I think I did quite a few of the optional things, but I never got anywhere close to doing everything in the game. And it's funny you went back to play, because I was like, it would be cool to go back and play, but it's just a bad use of time for me right now, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's a beautiful game. I guess to point that out. It's kind of obvious. It's not a new take at all, but I really like. It reminded me of Cuphead in a way, in just that it's very clearly like all hand drawn. The artistry level is there. The way that it's animated is all absolutely incredible. I love seeing that in games where it's like very clearly like it's almost like a cartoon that you can control. And so, yeah, I think I'm day one for Silksong, despite these negative things about it. I think Silksong looks awesome. Yeah, some of the movement, the way, is that character's name Hornet? I think that the way she like moves and flips and she like throws her needle and then it kind of like it's like a grappling hook almost towards enemies, looks real nice.
What about you, Chris? What's going on with some? Says here you're playing Mafia: The Old Country. We know that because we just discussed it on Sacred Symbols Plus. That goes live tomorrow. Gears of War Reloaded, which I'll be playing tomorrow, and Sword of the Sea. And actually, Al Pacacino wrote in and said, "Hi CDC. I just wanted to shout out Sword of the Sea. What an amazing, beautiful, mesmerizing game. Journey, Abzu, The Pathless, and now this. These guys are one of my favorite developers around. Great music, visuals, and I think this is top 3 for DualSense features implementation after Astro and Returnal. Also curious what you guys think of the developer saying PlayStation saved them when the studio struggled. What you do, keep it going. Cheers." Yeah, I think they noted that the PS Plus money helped.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, talk to us about what you're playing in any order you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not going to go super deep into Mafia: The Old Country. We did a whole spoiler cast about it. You can hear our thoughts there. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. It's not my favorite Mafia game. I still think Definitive Edition for me is my favorite, but this is a close second. It's very good. We talked about it for 2 hours, so you can go there to see what we have to say about that. But yeah, Sword of the Sea, man. Sword of the Sea is really, really good, and it's. I don't even know what I expected necessarily when I started up. I knew that they had made the Pathless, and the Pathless was something that was like a launch or like damn near close to launch.
Yeah, it was a launch game.
For PS5, and I remember like playing it, and I did like it, but it was missing something. Like I didn't really gel well with like there was like it was very particular, that game. I dug everything else about it, and so when this game came out, I was like, oh, maybe it'll be the same thing again. I'll give it a try, and I ended up beating it. I think I've beaten that game 3 times at this point, which is not to say much. It's a very short game. You can really beat, if you really want to run through Sword of the Sea, you can do it in about 2.5 hours. It's not a very long game. It really is experiential, and there is kind of a new game plus element to it where you just get more upgrades and more capabilities for your guy. If you go through again, that makes playing through it again a lot more satisfying. But it's very movement based. It's very flow statey. It's very good. It's hard to describe. It's like Journey meets SSX or something. It's very interesting. It's like the way that your sword, because the whole thing is like you're kind of surfing across like sand and snow and water on this like sword. But the way it like controls and the way it feels, and I guess the DualSense probably plays into this, but it just feels so good to move through and to get like air off of a jump and to hit a boost at the right time. And there's so much precision in the control despite it being so glidey. Like you can make like really precision jumps if you're really good at it. And the upgrade system is nice. Like you get like really meaningful. It's not like this like convoluted upgrade tree where it's like, I mean, not that these guys do this ever really, but a lot of games do that upgrade tree where it's like, I don't know, 5% mobility or whatever, you know. It's every time you get an upgrade from the store, this clerk guy that you meet kind of everywhere throughout the world, it's like you're moving towards like a really meaningful upgrade. Like, oh, if I get this, I can. So you get like points for doing tricks or whatever, and that's its own thing. But you get an upgrade that allows you to like generate a boost for every time you land successful tricks or whatever. And it's just like it feeds into itself really, really nicely. The vibe is great, the art style is great, the music is fantastic, the visuals of just like like reigniting the ocean across like splotches of desert and watching like the animals, and it's a really fucking good game. And it's really respectful of your time. Like I said, it's a 2-hour game. You could spend a lot of time exploring. There's a lot of stuff to find and a lot of extra secrets to get, a lot of money to grind for, time trials, which are not particularly difficult, but they're there and they add something. It's really fucking good. I think this might be my favorite game of theirs, personally. I just really dig it. I love any game where movement, just the base feeling of moving through the world, feels really good. Like, that's a good way to get me. Like, I can suffer through like the worst story imaginable if your game just feels like a joy to move through the whole time. So that's Sword of the Sea. I recommend it. It's really good. I think it was. Is it a PS Plus game or is it a?
Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's on both PS Plus and Game Pass, I think.
Yeah, well, I highly recommend it if you have it. Definitely check it out. It's really respectful of your time. If you don't like it, it's not a huge time sink. Worth checking out. And the other thing I've been playing is Gears of War Reloaded. Because I was like, I might as well. I don't know. I'll see what this is about. I was most curious because I've played the original Gears of War campaign many, many times on Series X because it's backwards compatible there. You can play the original trilogy entirely, which is cool. But man, I would like that on PC or anywhere else. But I was curious to jump into the multiplayer because we've been talking about. That's been a consistent point of conversation whenever Gears of War comes up as far as the relaunch on PlayStation is how seriously difficult Gears of War multiplayer is. And I've put several hours into PvP in Gears of War. And I think I'm I'm over level 10. I know that. So I've put some time into it. And I'm not particularly good at Gears of War Online. I'm not the best shot. I don't know the deeper end of movement tech or anything. But it's fun. Like I can't deny that it is just fun to load into a map, shoot a bunch of people, curb stomp people, and even just get your head. Like, what's so funny, and I knew this intrinsically because Gears of War is not like a memory for me. It's pretty fresh always for me. But like, I love that the headshot sound effect is clearly like 50 decibels louder than every single other sound in the game. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm sure it's a mistake, but it's great, and I'm glad it's still there.
Awesome.
So I've been really enjoying the PvP, actually. Like, even as somebody who's not good at it, it is good fun, genuinely, to play it. As far as the campaign goes, I think I'm in Act 2. I really only expected to play the campaign for a little bit, but I'm just kind of like, I might as well finish this at this point. And it's very good. I will say I've run into some weird bugs, like very bizarre ones that I don't remember experiencing in the original. I don't know if it's like if they plan on addressing this. I don't even know if these are originally from the Ultimate Edition. But like, there's that famous that sequence with the berserker where you first see the berserker in the church, and you have to lure him outside. I lured him outside, but then like there's a piece of debris that falls in front of the door that prevents you from going back in, so you have to fight the berserker outside. I had that happen, but like the berserker was still inside, so like I just couldn't fight him. And he was just like, and there's like a couple other instances like that where it's like, oh, this is kind of buggy. It's not game breaking buggy because you can reload the checkpoint. It'll fix it. But it's weirdly unpolished from that perspective. And I'm curious as to why that is. It's still very good. It plays really, really well. I think it looks really good. One thing I would say is I think they kind of fucked the original art design of the original Gears of War with this. I would actually recommend bumping all the contrast to high if you can, because there is something a bit, and maybe you can even see it from like some of the gameplay footage that you've been able to see online. It looks like really gray, or like, and not gray as in like 2005, like 360 gray. I mean like genuinely like washed out. Like, it's not color graded. And a big thing about the original Gears of War, and granted that was like a byproduct of Unreal Engine at the time, was that these like harsh lighting and these harsh shadows. But I think what made Gears of War good was that they leaned into that, and it actually accentuated a lot of like the atmosphere of that game. And it is somewhat missing if you don't have high contrast and like lower brightness a little bit. I've been doing that, and the games looked fantastic. But you can look it up online. Like there's certain, if you don't do that, and to some degree, it's still kind of ruined. But if you don't do that, certain scenes are just completely like this is a great shot of like you approaching a building in the dark, and it's like heavy rain. And in the remake, if you don't fuck with the lighting settings at all, it's like all that atmosphere just goes away. It's very weird.
It's
but it picks us. Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's funny you say that just because when I set the game up yesterday, and Mike and I set the game up downloaded it in the era of HDR. I think I said this before. Like before HDR, I used to jack up the brightness on everything. Yeah, and I feel like HDR has brought, at least for me, like just better colors and lights and all these kinds of things. And so I just kind of actually do what they say to do now these days, which is often it's just done for you, but like make sure the logo is barely visible. So yeah. I did that actually with this, and I agree. It's weird because I just thought it was me. Like I turned the game on and started playing it, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I paused it and I like went to the brightness, and I'm like, I got to put the brightness like where the logo is like jacked up and it's like mega bright. And, but you're totally right. So it's caught in between the space of these generations. It's weird. It's weird. It's funny you say that just because I noticed that. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just thought that was
it's worth bringing up because I do think Gears of War is not the first Gears of War is not like of the original trilogy. It's not the one that plays the best. It's not the one with the best story, but I do think what it does excel in, at least in the original, is like this foreboding kind of atmosphere. Like especially in there are sequences in the dark that that I loved from the original. And if you play with high contrast and like somewhat lower brightness, you can get that feeling back, like and it's unchanged. But like the way that it has it set up default, it's like everything is bright always, and it's like there's no feeling of like being actually in the dark. And I think that's a bummer because that's such a big part of the original Gears of War. The original Gears of War is more of a horror game than an action game, although there is action in it. Like it leans more into that, and then the sequels go more adventure. And I do think there's something interesting about this game because it is built off of the bones of the Ultimate Edition, where they put a lot more color into it. Like a big criticism for the original Gears of War was that it was very gray, it was very monochromatic, there wasn't a lot of color. And I think it's funny because around the time Gears of War Ultimate Edition came out, like that was the big course correction from the previous era. It was like, all right, let's get color in here. Let's like Sunset Overdrive, and things became more colorful. I feel like now we're at the reverse point where a game like Gears of War actually does somewhat stand out if it is gray or if it is like more like depressing or like I don't even know what to say, what to call it. But so to see the artistic philosophy of the mid 20 teens kind of brought forward, it kind of feels like I feel like they kind of missed something, or like they might have been better off kind of following the original design, because there are certain characters that like, dude, Dom, even just the character models. I was looking at comparisons because I was like, is this all in my head? And I'm like, no, like they're all very clean in like the new, like it looks like everybody's showered. And in like the original Gears of War, like everybody's grimy, like they're covered in dirt, like they look gross, but it's like supposed to. I don't know. These are all really like minor nitpicks. The game's really, really good. The story's really, really fun. The level design I think is great. I think it feels just mega satisfying to play through this game, and obviously 60 frames, 4K, all that stuff. It's or like higher resolution, higher frame rates. It's all really cool to see this original game brought forward, and especially if you do the video sliders like I suggested, like you do get like a feeling of like, oh, this game's been brought forward in a really authentic way. Some minor bugs, but it's good. I just man, I wish I could have this experience with Gears 2 and 3. That's all I think about when I'm playing it. It's just like, it's good, but man, collection would have been so sick. But maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see that in the future, or like the other two at least.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it. It was funny just to kind of play it we just played for like 5 minutes. I was like, yeah, it's been a long time. I don't really remember this, so it's gonna be fun experience for me. So please look forward to it. And it's happening right now. It's already happened probably by the time you hear this, actually. All right. over to me. Yeah, like you said, Mafia: The Old Country. I platinumed it. That's platinum number 188. I think it's excellent. I love it. Highly recommend it. Like Chris said, I just recommend you listen to the spoiler cast on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We get deep into our thoughts, and we have Lockmore on there as well. We give the game about 2 hours worth of time, which is 1/7 the game time. So that's a pretty deep conversation.
Yeah.
About the game. So 2 other things. System Shock 2 remastered, the 25th anniversary remaster, which I guess would have come out last year on PC, finally was migrated over to PS5. And so I bought it when it came out a couple months ago, but I finally got around to playing it. And I only played for a couple of hours. I want to get back to it, and probably restart it with a different frame of reference. But there are 2 things about it that kind of bother me. One is not really the game's fault. One is the game's fault. The thing that bothers me that's not the game's fault is this is very much Mafia Definitive Edition to Mafia 2. And there could very well be a superior game underneath the skin. In fact, a lot of people feel like System Shock 2 is like one of the great games of its kind. And certainly gives way to BioShock, whatever it would be 8 years later in its timeline. But it's not, I knew this the whole time. It's like, it's not a remake. It is just a port, like an up-res, and they did a lot of bells and whistles to it on PC or whatever, but it's just a primitive game, and I'm not crazy about playing it in combat, which is a necessary sort of thing. You get a wrench, just like you do in BioShock or whatever, and you beat the shit out of things with it, but it kind of suffers from that a little bit for me. The thing, though, that bothers me more, and the reason why I was kind of a little annoyed with it, and I got to just restart it and maybe just get a button map and stuff, is they really did nothing to update the game from PC. Like, as an example, it's like to fire your weapon, use the fire button. To look at your map, go into the menu, use the menu button, kind of thing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know what you're saying. And then I have to keep going into like the button map and looking at things. And I know these are little things, but it's just stopping me from, I'm like, I don't want to play this right now. I can just be playing other things. So it's there. I don't want to be too hard on it. I know it's a wonderful game. I just got to get back to it at a time where my frame of thought is references are different or whatever. But there's another game I've been playing. Drake Heinhorst wrote into us on Patreon and says, Colin, on Summon Sign, I'm not going to pay for early access on MGS Delta. Cut to an Always Sunny title card. Colin gets Scott. So how has the game been, and was it worth losing your principles over? Just kidding, of course. I can't wait to play it later this year when my backlog clears up. So when it became clear that I wasn't really into System Shock, and because I was originally just gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll use this time, and then Metal Gear comes out the 28th, so the day we're recording this. But there's a 2-day early access thing for it to be available the 26th at midnight, and so I wasn't into System Shock 2, and I'm like, well, I want to use my time wisely here because we have a bunch of games coming out, right? Like Shinobi's almost here, Hollow Knight's almost here, Lost Soul Aside is almost here. There's just no time to waste. So I was like, $10 extra, I'll just get the 2 days early access of Metal Gear Solid Delta. So ironically, everything I'm about to talk about, I'm about halfway through the game. I did it in the early access period. So I feel like I got my money's worth actually. It's like, okay, $5 a night, whatever. I got to say, I really love it. I think it's fun. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my least favorite of the first 3 games, and it's the one I came to latest. I mean, that's true for a lot of people, but for me especially, where I just wasn't into it at first. Even when it came out, I just was like, I'm not feeling it. I still think 2 is the best one, and I think I would love to see 2 remade in the same way. I think it would be fucking sick. The thing about the game that I think is really funny is that it translates really well to, you can play it in the old style, like fixed cameras and all that kind of stuff, but you can play it in a new, more fluid third-person shooter style, I should say, cover-based shooter. And it's really fun, and it makes the game so much easier, which I know, because I remember the game, like especially the boss fights, like I was dreading some of the boss fights, and I'm like, that was kind of, I'm doing a no kill run, by the way. So, and it's like, this isn't really that hard. I'm playing on normal. I'm trying to unlock some things so that I can maybe try to do like the Foxhound run at some point, which is like, you have to beat the game in like under 5 hours without anyone even being alerted to your presence. I don't know if that's really going to happen for me or not, but we'll see. But there's a big thing about the game's performance, and I'll be curious what you think about this, Dustin, because I know you did a video on your YouTube channel about this. Adrian Pinter wrote in, said, hey, gentlemen, with the launch of Metal Gear Solid Delta, I've been thinking a lot about performance in games, or more specifically, how little it seems to matter to critics these days. Despite a wave of technical issues and bugs, games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring still get showered with perfect scores and universal acclaim. So my question is, when did performance stop being a meaningful part of how games are judged? Are we at a point where the overall vibe or ambition of a title outweighs how well it actually runs at launch? Curious to hear where you guys draw the line. I'll hang up and jerk it. Thanks. The reason I wanted to bring this question up, and thank you for writing in, Adrian, and have yourself a good session. But the reason that I wanted to use this write-in is to say, like, I went into this game with my eyes wide open, knowing that there was going to be technical issues with it, especially apparently on PS5 Pro. And yet I have no idea what anyone's talking about as I play the game. Like, I'm not a savant by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know what anyone's talking about. I'm like, well, I don't know what's wrong with what would be different about it if it was fixed. So I kind of went in half cringing, being like, oh, is this thing going to be like really unplayable? And from my perspective, it's been perfectly fine. And it makes me wonder a few things. First of all, I might just not be seeing it. Again, I'm not super tuned into that, but I'm more tuned into those things than I've ever been before. So I kind of trust my instinct on that. But the second thing is if it goes back to what we said many years ago with Ben Smith and, Returnal, where it's like, are there just, or me with Silent Hill 2 remake, where I was like, dude, it's crazy that people are playing this with the level of fucking shimmering. And maybe it's just these not one-off, but just these limited issues that only certain people discern or see. And the PS5 seems to be distributing these sorts of things to people. So I don't want to say that that's what it is either, but I just don't know what anyone's talking about. That's my whole thing. So it sucks. Like, I guess what I'm saying is I guess for some people with Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, and I don't remember what specific issues they even had, but it's like those things are probably happening to some people. Some people are probably not noticing them, but I bet you some of it's just not even happening the way it's being described. And I feel like people have written about this, but like the digital foundry-ification of, and like looking at everything through these specific technical lenses is maybe poisoning the well more than it should be. I don't think it's their fault. It's the way people react to that content. But what are people saying are the problems, Dustin? Like, what am I missing? Again, I'm playing it on PS5 Pro. This is the console that's supposed to be fucked.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure what that's all about. Because I almost forgot that was even true as I was playing it. I'm like, 8 hours in or whatever. And then I'm like, yeah, like what was the problem? Like,
yeah. So according to Digital Foundry and others, because I've seen other people.
Yeah. And again,
clips.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying I'm not noticing.
Right. Yeah. Particularly with PS5 Pro, and where I get a little principled about it is just that it not consistently, but is often running worse than the base PS5 version in terms of frame rate. A lot of points where it's dipping into the 40s and just having a very inconsistent frame rate overall. Part of the reason, there's a few different things. Colin, the fact that you don't notice, like, God bless you. Like, that's actually a great thing. And a lot of people will play this game and not notice an inconsistent frame rate, and that's fantastic.
Well, I think part of it is that it's so slow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not playing Vanquish.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm fucking literally slinking around, like laying in the grass, waiting for a guard to walk by me. I guess I'm maybe just not. There's not a lot of action, maybe in the boss fights.
Yeah.
But I didn't even notice it there. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the thing in bringing in, who was this here? Was it Adrian?
Adrian, yeah, it was the one about the technical issues.
Bringing in Adrian's question here about should it, like, as far as like reviews and stuff like that, is that when discussing this, there are so many variables that it's going to affect people in different ways. You might play it and it doesn't really bother you, and more power to you, or you're going to play it and it is really going to bother you. And also in this game too, I think it also depends on how you play it, because the worst points in the Digital Foundry video are early in the game, whereas there's that section where I believe Ocelot first shows up. There's like a building.
Yeah.
Where in the Digital Foundry video, if you shot one of the barrels that explodes, dude, the frame rate was crashing down to 30. So it's one of those things too, where part of the problem with this release is that the frame rate is so inconsistent that it's going outside of TV's VRR window. So it's not even able to fully hide it. in certain ways. So my main thing, as I touched on earlier, is just that the fact that the performance of this game is worse on the console that is $200 more expensive now is just so completely unacceptable to me that I can't do it.
Yeah, I understand. I bought it to try to use the time wisely and assuming, maybe things will be fucked up and they'll fix it or whatever. Silent Hill got fixed too. But yeah, I'm not experiencing it. I should be clear though that, I'm playing a no-kill run, so it's all stealth. And the boss fights, even in the boss fights, I'm not killing the bosses. I'm diminishing their whatever it would be. Dexterity, I guess, or stamina, I guess I should say is what it would be, not dexterity. But even in the action, like when you're fighting the pain or whatever, and he's using a bunch of like hornets and all of the rest, it's like I just didn't really. In fact, it's so much more playable than the original that it's comical to me. Like I'm like, this is I personally, I'm like, this is awesome. I understand more of where the reviews came from. Although I assume maybe a lot of them didn't play on Pro or whatever, and so they wouldn't have gotten the worst performance. And it's like you're saying, that's kind of the thing, that's the straw that broke the camel's back for you. But I was like, no, this is great. So I don't know. I'm personally really into it. And if this is the baseline for it, then it's only going to get better from there. So I don't want to. People will have a different savantish kind of approach to this in terms of what they notice, but I'm very sensitive to that now. So I calibrate for that as well. Yeah.
And it's important to point out too, I know we cover PlayStation here, but this also extends to the PC version, which first of all, the PC version's locked at 60 FPS. You can't unlock the frame rate, but probably for good reason, because people with fucking 5090s are running this game. And because it's an Unreal 5 game on PC, it'll just hard stutter. And this has been the thing with Unreal Engine 5 games on PC as long as games have been being made in Unreal 5, is just that they have horrible stutter problems. I think Dead Space was another one, Silent Hill. There's a long list of them, and it's frustrating. It's gotten to the point where I think it was like Tim Sweeney the other day was like, oh, well, actually the problem is developers that are waiting until the end of the game to development to optimize. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not a game developer, so maybe I'm totally looking at this the wrong way, but it's like, if that's how game developers have been doing it this whole time, and now they're using UE5 and suddenly now it's like, oh shit, this isn't working, then there's some kind of there's failures across the board. There's probably some failure from Epic and how people are using the tools. There's failures at development studios that aren't building the games and having at least what I view as the optimal goals for what the end final performance of the game is. So it's a frustrating time. I feel like if you are spending, like some people are, that multiple thousands of dollars on just one part of your setup alone, and the game it can't brute force the game and it still has horrible stutter issues, it's like, dude, come on.
I wonder people seem to really have a problem with UE5. I do wonder like what's going to happen, because I did see his little thing about that and I'm like, that's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting way to attack it. It might be true, like you said. I don't know, but
it's I don't know if everybody's having the same problem. And if the industry has been making games the same way for a long time without these problems, and then you introduce an engine in there that suddenly that's the problem everywhere, like it seems less like a problem for developers and more like the fact that you just didn't build a tool for the people, like for the people who are using it, basically, right? I mean, it's like you didn't build this with the understanding of how this typically goes. And so, like, yeah, it's unfortunate that Unreal Engine is so compromised in a lot of ways. I mean, that was one of the main reasons I couldn't finish, or that I bounced off of Oblivion, where it's just like, because the frame's stuttering and it just got so ridiculous. And I'm like, my PC can handle this. It's fucking Oblivion,
right? Yeah.
Like, there's no and I guess it's the same principle here. It's like, dude, this is Metal Gear Solid 3. This was running on a PS2. I should be getting 1 million frames a second on this thing, even if it looks modern. So
Yeah.
that's a bummer.
I think that's worth pointing out. I think what particularly bothers me about this release is that it is, and Oblivion as well. It's like, this is a remake of a game that, yeah, it looks beautiful. It looks way better. And there's gameplay improvements, but it's like charging $70 for this remake and it doesn't perform well anywhere that you've released it. Because there are examples where like certain like I played Final Fantasy 16 at launch and it had performance issues and I didn't like cause a stink about it at the point. I mean, we all complained about it and how we thought it sucked, but we played it anyway. So I guess for me, the fact that it's a remake and it's like this full price thing that it's like, oh, you can't even manage to make it run anywhere nicely. It's like, dude, fuck off. You know, it's just something about that just bothers me.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard someone coming in. I thought it was Chris.
I think we're just saying, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange situation. I am really enjoying the game, though. I mean, as far as Metal Gear Solid 3, it is Metal Gear Solid 3 beat for beat. It is even using the same voice acting. And so from that, and I just played MGS3 all the way through for the only time I ever played it all the way through, for Knockback like 4 or 5 years ago, probably something like that. Maybe not even. So it's somewhat fresh in my mind. I really like the story. It's obviously the earliest Metal Gear game in the timeline. I think that's why they are doing it first. And I love how it's wrapped up with like kind of the legacy of World War II. The Cobra unit, the bad guys are kind of all like World War II veterans, which is neat, but it's within the era of early Vietnam War era in the early 60s, but in Russia, and you're kind of inserted into Russia and you're sneaking through. It's a very atmospheric, weird game. My major complaint that people used to make fun of me about with Knockback was like, I think the game should be in Russian. I know Chris hates that. They're all speaking Russian.
It's so great. Like, I get it. It would be interesting.
Or at least giving the, like, I was kind of hoping, and I don't know why I was thinking this, like there are two different things, like the language that you want to hear, which I think is only English and Japanese. And then it's like all the languages written, which Russian's in there. But I was like, oh, it'd be cool to have like a Russian voice track. It's not unlike what it would be much more complicated in Metal Gear because it's so fucking verbose. But, well, I'll get into that in a minute because it's not as verbose as you might think in this regard. But I'll just say this, because I'm trying to think of like how to not spoil it. Snake in the game is speaking Russian to most people around him, but when he's on his codec, you would assume he's speaking English. I think that like all of it would be really interesting to just interplay. And they do make it clear with dialogue that he is speaking Russian and all of the rest, but you're hearing English, and that's not unusual in fiction. I mean, that happens all the time. But it would be cool, much like what I was going to say was Mafia, the old country, has this Sicilian voice track that they kind of added with a little bit of pressure, I think, because everyone's like, where's the Italian voice acting? I don't know. It's just something that I think would have been cool, but it's not the end of the world. And I know people are going to make fun of that I brought that up. But I love the boss fights. The boss herself is awesome, of course, but the Cobra unit I just think is really cool. Other than MGS1, it's the coolest group of villains. And again, I've always said Fat Man's my favorite, but that's probably the weak. MGS2 probably has the weakest villains. I think it has the strongest story. But the Pain with his horn, it's like it's so cool, and the fear, and I just love. I was about to spoil actually a really cool part. Just there's so much when you're playing it. There's so much thought. It's very Kojima. Like you could do very specific, cool, strange things in the game, and it's fun to play. I really highly recommend it. Well worth it.
How about Eve?
Oh yeah, I mean, she just shows.
Those are some Allegheny Hogs.
Yeah, she's got some Allegheny Hogs. She's got them St. Petersburg Hogs.
St. Petersburg.
But yeah, I love that. I'm kind of awkwardly playing it too. Mike is like sitting on the couch playing Switch or whatever, and she's seen the game before because I played it on PS, I guess a PS3 iteration. But I was like kind of being like looking over, like when she just unzips it, and then there's like you could press R1 to just stare at her tits. It's very shameless. Like it's very pervy. The game. There's MGS2 and MGS1 were the same way, but
I remember playing this in my friend's basement in 2004. And it's exactly that. I was like, man, I hope some parents don't walk down right now, because this is just like, oh, geez.
Because we're enjoying these Alleghenies and we don't want to have any disruptions.
Right.
When I'm looking at these cans.
Cans.
Make him honk, woman. Oink. Honk. Let me honk.
Make him honk.
Plastic Hearts Podcast has the final inquiry here before we move into the listener inquiries for the end of the show. He says, why didn't Konami use Fox Engine for Metal Gear Solid Delta's remake? UE5, while pretty, just has so many issues and a slog to run. MGS5 on Fox still looks and runs amazing. I don't think there's a modern version of Fox Engine. I think Fox Engine was only through PS4, and I think you really don't have proprietary engines unless you have your own teams, right? Like Frostbite exists within EA for its own teams. They don't license it. The idea that Decima is probably the loosest of Decima has been used outside of the walls of Guerrilla or outside of the walls of Sony first party, second party teams. I've used it. But I just don't think you would have like in other words, I don't think Konami would nurture a Fox Engine and then have to deal with third parties using it like a Silent Hill team like Bloober or these guys. It's just a lot of external shit. That's what these external studio or these external engines exist for. That's like their whole bread and butter is dealing with that and the documentation and the tech support and all the rest. So I don't know if that's a good read on it, but that's kind of my feel on it. But I'm pretty sure that's true about Fox Engine, is that it's just not supported.
Last time Fox Engine was used was on eFootball 2021.
Oh, wow. So yeah.
Well, yeah, which came out in 2020. But yeah, that was my thought too, is like no one's been updating or using this engine. And I'm sure that it was primarily designed for Metal Gear Solid 5. So it would cost a significant amount of money to do it that way.
Right. Like to me, it's like if you have internal studios, you want to shepherd them towards the things that are going to be cheaper and most effective. But if you're contracting outside studios and producing and funding their games, and you really want to let them use what they want to use. And it seems like they probably gravitate towards UE5. I mean, maybe Konami has steered the ship in that direction, but I doubt it. And I'm not trying to be like a Konami apologist by any stretch of the imagination. I just think that makes a level of sense. They're a different publisher. You know, everyone pursued their own engines and still do as a money saving thing and a control thing. I mean, you master it, you can get the most out of it and all the rest, but not having to license engines is a significant cost savings. That's more than just like money around the edges. It can save a project if you're paying 5% or whatever in revenue. It's a lot of money. So, but they seem like they feel like it's worth it. And yeah, I'm UE5 seems like it's a problem. I mean, I remember wasn't Immortals of Avium like the first PS5 UE5 game?
That sounds right, but I'm not positive.
Yeah. So it's had a little time to work things out, but it'll presumably be present for a while. And hopefully they are able to work these kinks out a little bit. You know, Tim Sweeney kind of coming out and saying what he said. Who knows if that's true? I suspect there probably is a little bit of truth in it. But probably, I think what you said is totally accurate though too. If it's affecting everyone universally or seems to, then it's got to be more than that.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. It's hysterical timing too, because it's like, because there's that big Halo thing, right? Where it's just like, we're moving to Unreal. I'm like, okay, all right. I don't know if anybody's excited for that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, because this is easily like the worst. This is the worst I think that Unreal has been viewed in a long time. Like general, like as far as like a general kind of feeling, like I don't remember people really complaining about Unreal Engine for this reason in previous generations. I remember people complained about like lighting and like how certain things would look or whatever, but like it was never like a perform. It wasn't like, oh, this is just not. It's failing to run properly. Like that feels like a new thing to me for Unreal. Mm. As far as like, I mean, maybe there's other instances that were maybe like a little bit less high profile, but that this has been a problem since Dead Space Remake is, I mean, that's a while ago. It's a hot minute ago.
Indeed. And shout out to Dead Space Remake.
Yeah.
All right. You should have bought it. You all should have bought it. You all fucked up. You never stop. You never stop fucking up. Dustin, they never stop.
They never stop. I bought it.
Everyone's buying the wrong games. I'm like screaming through the window.
Hank.
Like, yeah, at Hank.
Yeah, Hank.
All right. Boy. Sorry, taking a little drink here, a little sip. A little sippy poo.
You're allowed.
All right, let's end the show as we always do, my friends. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. One of the perks, the many perks you get over there for supporting us is access to the threads on the newsfeed each week for the various shows. You submit your inquiries to those. We pour through them, and you've heard a bunch of your inquiries throughout the show already. Here are 6 more of a varying degree of topics. We appreciate you taking the time to submit. I like keeping you guys involved in the creation of our shows. And thank you so much for all of you, many thousands of you that support us on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We'll begin with Curtis Blow, who spells his name Curtis with a K. I don't know how I feel about it. He says, hi guys. What are your thoughts on 2011's Catherine? I played the full body version recently and am fascinated by it, both the addicting but difficult puzzles and the tantalizing style and story. For added context, this is my first Atlas game and first JRPG. It's not a JRPG.
No.
If you exclude Pokemon. Colin, I know you reviewed the original game for IGN back in the day, but would love to hear your perspective with distance from it. Chris and Dustin would appreciate getting your thoughts on the game too. Thanks to LSM for the consistent and entertaining work. I'll hang up and listen. So Curtis, thank you for writing in. Some things to keep in mind. Atlas obviously is the publisher, and Atlas is, this was at the time before Sega owned them. So this is the Persona team specifically making the game in between, I guess, 4 and 5. Persona 4 and Persona 5. And so that's why it reads like a Persona game. And I can see why you would think that maybe you would call it a JRPG, but really it's a puzzle. It's like, I don't know what a puzzle adventure game is probably what you call it. Pretty unique. Not that unique, because there are a lot of puzzle adventure games. Danganronpa is a puzzle. By the way, you and I had a funny correspondence on Twitter where I got to use one of my favorite gifts, which is the Malcolm X gift, Denzel is Malcolm X gift when he bangs on the table. He's like just writing.
Yeah.
He just bangs on the table. Because you got me. You fucking nailed me. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Actually.
Got to play Danganronpa V3.
So what do we think of Catherine? So yeah, I wanted to point that out. Not a JRPG, but from a studio that makes JRPGs. Kind of reads like one in some ways, but really it's a puzzle game most like Qbert, if you want to really compare it to anything. And I was enamored with it when it came out. I loved it. And as he said, I reviewed it on IGN. I don't remember what I gave it. I probably gave it an 8 or a 9 or something. Dustin, what are your thoughts here on Catherine? It's been a while. I mean, this is a true one-off. There's really no way to ever return to this game. The full body port that he's talking about is the PS4 port of the game. It was originally on PS3. It was also on Vita, but it was not released on Vita in the United States or in the West, disappointingly. So what are your thoughts here on Catherine as we're years later? It came out in both Japan and in North America in 2011.
Yeah, I didn't fully play this game until the full body version came out. And yeah, this game rules. And I think one of the reasons I really like it, just unlike any other game I've played before, as far as being, like you were saying, it's this game about climbing up and you gotta move these boxes around. It's very puzzle heavy, but the subject matter being about this guy being stuck in a relationship between these two girls. Catherine with a C is the one that I think is more uptight. That is his like actual girlfriend.
Catherine with a K is his girlfriend. Catherine with a C is the blonde Catherine.
So yeah, Catherine with a K is his current girlfriend, who's very uptight. I think he kind of views her like a ball and chain situation. Catherine with a C comes into her life. She's a bit of a slut, one might say. Mm-hmm. And she kind of throws everything into chaos while he's having these crazy dreams where he's being judged for his sins. Really adult and interesting premise. So I recommend this to everybody, even if you're not into Persona-esque JRPGs or games in this style, just because it's so unique. And if you play full body, there's Catherine with a Q added to the game.
Yeah, I don't even have any concept of that, which is so interesting. Chris,
it's interesting. I'll tell you that it's interesting.
I feel like I don't need a Catherine with a Q, but we'll see. Maybe I'll play it one day. I'm sure I will. Well, do I need her?
I don't think you would be interested in Catherine with a Q.
What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Chris, have you played Catherine? I don't remember.
I played I must have only played the demo or something. If there was a demo, because there's no shot that I bought Catherine when it came out. Like that's like there's like an absolute zero chance of that. But I do remember like the gameplay of it, and I remember the experience of playing the Q*bert sections at least. But it must have been like a demo or like at a friend's house or something for like a brief period of time. I've heard a lot about it over the last 10 plus, probably even longer years. I don't know. It's never spoken to me enough for me to like bite the bullet as far as like buying it with the intent to like, oh, I'll finish this. If it one day shows up on like PS Plus or something, I'll play it. But like I can't just it feels like a game that I wouldn't like. I don't know. I don't care about Q*bert at all. Like that gameplay style of like the isometric cubes. I was like,
it's the least interesting part of the game.
That's right. Well,
Q*bert is maybe even not really even a great way to put it, because it's not like you're hopping and trying to block, clear every square. You are moving and pulling boxes around, and
it's the presentation. It's the presentation of Q*bert, I guess, or like the stylistic camera and like the way the level looks. I don't know. I have no doubt that it's good. I don't know if it would be for me. And if it is for me, the only way that I would find out is if it was like, if I somehow owned it, So like, I'm sure it'll be on PS Plus or something, or I'll find some way to get a handle of it, and then I'll play it. But until then, I'm good with Catherine with a Q.
Yeah, Catherine with a Q again. I don't know anything about Catherine with a Q, but yeah, I love this game. I always did, and I love the subject matter. It's like you said, Dustin. It's an incredibly unique and difficult story. It reminds me a little bit of, I mean, not in any subject matter or anything that's about, but just Gone Girl, in the way it deals with like really dark relationship shit in its own way. And yeah, like what's real and what isn't, and all of the rest, and like what it's a really, really great game. It has no business actually being as good as it is. And I think that was basically what a lot of people came away with when they did play it. But yeah, let's see. My review here is on IGN. Oh, this is a story. This is like a preview of it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if they cite me here on the reviews. What did I give it? Oh, I gave it a 9. Oh yeah, there it is. July 17th, 2011. It's a long time ago, my friends. A long time ago indeed. All right. Yeah, check out Catherine if you can. It's on PS3, and the full body edition's on PS4. It's also on PC. I think it's on Switch. And of course, is it on Xbox? Actually, it's on Xbox 360. I actually don't think it's on, so it'll be on Xbox One and Xbox Series, but I don't think it's on actually natively on those other things. Okay. Valiant Hermes wrote in and said, "Hey guys, I have a bit of a statement and a question in reference to Naughty Dog's highly anticipated Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. I shared Colin's dislike for Souls-like for many years, but had my eyes open to how fun they are after playing Elden Ring, so I thought it would be exciting if Intergalactic was Naughty Dog's take on the Souls-like formula. With it being documented that Neil Druckmann has been inspired by Bloodborne and Elden Ring, what are the chances that Intergalactic is actually a Souls-like? And how would you feel about it?" What do you think of this, Dustin?
My guess is Intergalactic will be Souls space-like, but not a Souls-like. In fact, Gene was recently on Twitter talking about Hollow Knight, and someone misunderstood this, which understandable. I would assume with saying Neil Druckmann saying he's inspired by those games, along with it being a sword combat game, that there will be clear inspiration from Souls games. How much? That's the question. Will it be to the point that we could consider it a true Souls-like game? We just have no idea. But I would lock in that there's going to be elements be like, oh, this reminds me of Elden Ring, or this reminds me, or this mechanic is kind of like this from Bloodborne, whatever. So the question, of course, is just how far it will be.
Chris, could it be that they would actually do a real Souls-like?
I think, I mean, to the degree that I think it would serve the type of game that they make, yeah. I'm not the biggest mark for Souls likes. I don't, I didn't really like the original Dark Souls or Demons. And by the way, when I say like, I mean just like I could tell these weren't for me. I think they're really nice looking games and stuff. But Sekiro and Elden Ring were really the only ones that got me, and it's for good reason. I think they're very, very well put together and they're very, very well designed. Elden Ring especially is like very, very easy to get into, and it doesn't lock you into the same kind of, stall wall that like a lot of other Souls games do. And so like I think if they take elements from that make something like Elden Ring or Sekiro special and just like frame it within the general design of like a Naughty Dog linear story, like I mean that sounds great. Like I'm totally fine. I wouldn't want them to lean so deep into it that it ceases to be the games that they make and starts being this other thing. But I think there's definitely inspiration to be taken that would strengthen what Naughty Dog does. I think they can make a compelling story with this other underlying like really compelling, challenging gameplay. I think that'd be a really interesting thing to see. I wish we knew more about really what and like how much they're going to be learning from those games, though.
I guess I'm most fascinated by the idea of how far they want to push this. If this is the direction they go in, like, could you get away with doing it? Could Naughty Dog get away with doing a hardcore game like that for the first time? Really? And I think that even people like me overestimate the hardcoreness of a game like Elden Ring. Like the reality is Elden Ring has sold like 20 something million copies and has this astounding platinum rate and all the rest, where people are playing it straight up. They're able to play it. It might not be as challenging for as many people as possible, and you might not be alienating anyone. In fact, you'll be alienating some people, but you will attract a lot of people and a lot of attention that you might have otherwise, and maybe even a level of respect that you otherwise wouldn't have. It just makes it, I find it hard to believe that they're going to make something that would be inherently inaccessible. And there's an argument to just make whatever you want. I mean, you're Naughty Dog, you're one of the studios that can kind of just lean into whatever you want. So as a player, I kind of hate the idea of something that's very hardcore and off-putting. But on the other hand, as like a lover of games and seeing studios just do different things, it would be kind of funny if they just came out and were like, well, now we're doing this thing. And it's totally radically different than everything we've ever done before. It's like, well, that's kind of cool that you did that.
Yeah.
But it's hard to believe that that's actually the direction they will go in. We will see. I think we'll see more of this game this year. Maybe in September.
Yeah.
Imagine they showed it and dated it. I think it's a little too soon.
Yeah.
Cedric S. wrote in and said, hey guys, now that PlayStation is Xbox's biggest moneymaker, is it really crazy to imagine an Xbox-related announcement at Sony's rumored September State of Play, speaking of? Say a trailer for the PS5 version of Starfield or a release date for State of Decay 3. Honestly, I could see it happening. Thoughts? I'll hang dong and listen. I'm tantalized by this because let's say last year, if you asked me this, I'd be like, there's just no way they would do that. But really, I think the Indiana Jones thing at Gamescom last year kind of shattered that. And like how that was their one last thing. And maybe that kind of, I don't want to say blew up in their faces, but maybe that kind of rubbed people the wrong way to the extent where they are not going to do something like that again. So I'm always like behind on this where I'm like, oh, they won't do that and they won't do that and they won't do that. And then they just keep getting more and more aggressive. So maybe I'm just the wrong person to ask about this, but it just seems hard to believe that they would have like an Xbox announcement of some consequence that would be consequential to anyone outside of the PlayStation ecosystem, especially. So something like a State of Decay 3 date, it's like, I don't think you want to do that in your PlayStation conference. But something like Starfield, maybe, but then like you have all this DLC and all these expansions that are really catered towards Game Pass and all these other things as well, and your PC audience, your existing audience. I don't know how they're going to play it. Obviously, I've been wrong on this in the past because Xbox has been so much more aggressive than I ever imagined they would be, but it just seems like that would be crazy. So I'm sure Sony would love that, but so my answer is no, but who knows? Dustin, what do you think?
I could see Starfield, like a port of an existing game showing up at a State of Play. Absolutely. just because it's a new platform for them, and it's not a new game or something that they could hold for one of their own announcements. I think it would be pretty dire. Like this new Halo that's been rumored, this remake of Combat Evolved. While still would be a huge deal that it's coming to PlayStation, if they announced it at a PlayStation event, I think they have pushed their audience in many ways. I think that would just be a disastrous move. Just from a PR perspective, it's like, why even take the heat when they could just announce it at one of their own events or even just not at an event at all. So yeah, definitely ports. Anything else? Probably not.
Chris, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm inclined to agree, but like I also kind of feel like, why not? You know, it seems to me like Xbox has made a lot of decisions that I don't understand, and that I just can't really wrap my head around, like why you would do that. And this is one of those things that I would feel like, why would you do that? Like, why would you unveil State of Decay 3 at a State of Play? And because I feel like it's something that I would view as that is insane, why would you do that? It seems to me that it's not off the table for them to do. I could easily see it. Like it would not be surprising to me in the slightest to see that. It would be weird and it would be confusing from their perspective why they would do that. But I really think anything is fair game at this point. Like it's kind of like the old perception of what we assume the console space to be is kind of not even. I mean, you got the ODSTs and the Helldivers. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what to make of this landscape. Like, why would it be ridiculous to see State of Decay at a State of Play? And compared to like any of the other ridiculous things that they've done and has been true.
Well, I think you're right. That's what I was saying. And I think you're right. It's like, yeah, anything is kind of within the realm of possibility at this point, I would say. But I just don't think new news is something you show at a State of Play or at this showcase, whatever this purported showcase that might happen in September. So that's why I think Dustin's right. It's like Starfield is a different thing, but even then there's so much new shit. I don't know. I
want to be clear. I want to be clear. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're going to be there very soon. I think we're going to be at that place like sooner than I think people would expect.
All right. Next up is from Colin Morafarty. Brings me back. Says, greetings, CDC. After this MGS Delta performance debacle, I've come to say enough is enough. There was a viral tweet a while ago that resonated with me. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho was remade in the 90s, shot for shot, but in color. This was considered to be a waste of time by audiences and critics. It has a 41% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet, in 2025, this is the industry standard for games where classics are remade with shiny graphics that don't even work properly in Delta's case, but receive almost universal critical acclaim. Delta sits at 86 on Metacritic as of me writing. I don't expect you to agree with the sentiment, as I know Colin was excited for Delta and Dustin is excited for the next Persona remake, for example, but these all feel like artistically bankrupt endeavors to me. Am I too jaded, or are these complaints valid? Should I just let people enjoy things and simply not buy them, or anonymously complain to strangers on a podcast? Who can say? Keep up with the great work, fellas. So you're saying your name is not Colin Morafarty. We have ourselves an imposter.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, let's hear from you first this time. Where are you on this so-called creative bankruptcy of these remake projects? Do they matter? Does it matter at all? And I mean, we're all consumers of them in some way, so I guess we'd all be a little bit hypocritical to criticize it too deeply.
Yeah, I'm in the middle here because I think I do think it's a safe thing to do. I do think there's not a lot of risk, and it is somewhat redundant. The only thing that I would contest is that like a remake of a film is particularly pointless because there's no real. Video games are software, and so they are really, really kind of dependent on the machines that are available at the time to make them run. It's not like I don't even know how to describe. There's no real analog. It's not like The Wizard of Oz comes out on JVC VHS, and you can only use it on JVC VCRs. And like things get ported. Like you could arguably look at like something like the Ratchet or the what is it, the any kind of collection that you would see on the PS2 or in the PS3 era, like the Splinter Cell collection, or what was another one? There was another PS3 collection that I can't remember.
Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank,
like
Jak and Daxter.
any one of those. You could argue that is the same as like taking something that used to be on VHS and moving it to DVD or moving it to Blu-ray or streaming or what have you. The thing is with video games, it's that there are often instances where things just aren't running right. Things can be improved. There are interactivity limitations. Like you interact with this stuff, so there is something to be tweaked. There is something to be improved. Even if it's just something as simple as an up-res to make it, or just something to make it run on modern hardware, or make it more receptive to new controls. I mean, I think about Deus Ex, like running the original Deus Ex on PC requires an insane amount of like digging deep into it and tweaking it. Like I'm sure people are familiar with, if you've ever tried to play Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas on modern PCs, like I'm sure you're all familiar with the fact that like those they barely run, or they run well and then they crash, or there's like a fatal error or something. It's like these things, because they are mechanical, they require a certain level of upkeep that films don't really need. And look, I don't even necessarily disagree that there are certain times where a remake does kind of lean into what happened with Psycho, where it's just like they kind of misunderstand the tone, or they misunderstand the artistic direction. I think about Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary a lot with that, where it's just like they just did not understand the general visual design. But even with that, where they kind of botched it, they still ultimately at the end of the day brought, with the graphical switch button, they brought the original version of that game forward to be experienced by more people with more ease of access. So I don't know how I feel about it. I think there's no good way to compare films to video games, because they are so fundamentally different in not only what they are, but how we interact with them, our access to them, how we access them. These are very, very different things. I see the spirit of your question, but I think it requires a little bit more delving into.
Dustin, you have anything you'd like to add?
Let me give you 10 to 15 minutes on Persona.
Please do.
Presently.
Please do.
He brings up Persona Remake, and this is really just a further extended example of what Chris is saying. I agree with Chris completely. Comes down to a lot of gameplay elements. Persona 3 and 4, I mean, particularly 3, the main issue with why Remake, in my opinion, was, I don't want to say like it was necessary, but why it was very welcome, is that since all the way up to, Persona 5, the amount of gameplay improvements, and not just like we've added new feature, but like we've fixed things. Persona 3 in particular, you cannot control your party in that game. You can give them like play defensively or heal me or something, but you can't control them. And if you are coming from even just Persona 4, but in particular Persona 5, it fucking sucks. When you can't control them and you're like, man, the AI is just stupid as hell, and I want to be able to have a strategy here on how to play, but I can't control them. So it's modernizing games to what we would expect now. The problem is, as I totally agree with Chris, there are times where graphics and even music can be misunderstood. He brought up Halo, and that's a great point. For me with Persona also is just that the characters in the PS2 versions are almost like chibi versions, which is like a cool. They're not quite chibi, but they don't look like Persona 5 characters. And so the fact they were like, hey, Persona 5, this is the game that really hit it off Persona series. What if we remade those games with Persona 5 sensibilities? I think it's fucking fantastic, and that's why I'm so excited, and why generally I can be really excited for these remakes, just because some of these games, it's not that it's like they're unplayable, but they just don't hold up because games have improved, or those series have improved so vastly. So it's not always done right, unfortunately, But when it is done right, it can be a really welcome addition. And it doesn't have to replace that either. I saw a lot of conversations about Metal Gear. People like, they ruined this shot of Snake in the graveyard. And yeah, it doesn't really have the same feeling to it the way they did it in the remake. But the original's still there in a very playable way, thanks to that master collection that they finally fixed and is now at a point where it's like, yeah, it's available to you as well. So it's nothing to be like they ruined it. You can still play that original version.
I can't think of a remake of a movie that is as good as some remakes of some games. That is also kind of the thing that I think. And by the way, I mean like shot for shot, or like just like spiritually like true. Like there's movies that have been made over and over, like A Star Is Born or something, where it's just like the story is kind of told many times. But like Dead Space remake is we brought it up earlier, is so good because it takes Dead Space, which was already very good, and just takes everything that was kind of middling or rough or bad about it and makes that it elevates all that stuff to what the rest of the game is. Like the zero gravity stuff in Dead Space remake is game changingly good to that first Dead Space game. Like it's crazy. Like I can't, not that every game should replace the original, obviously. But like sometimes they can, and that's really fucking cool. And I don't think that happens with movies really. Like movies are a little bit more, because they're so passive and because they'll never, you're not gonna be running a movie one time like later on and it's gonna be like, oh my god, it's running at 10 frames now. It just doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah, I've talked a lot about this myself. I won't linger on it too much, but just I believe in the value of these remakes and just making things playable. And yeah, I think you guys have both said it, like giving people a variety of options. I will also say that I think it's easy money and should be celebrated if for publishers and developers that you like to kind of buy time, or like, and there are a lot of just random ones that I think are really good. Like that Dead Rising Deluxe remaster. I thought that was fucking dope. That was totally great. And so I buy a lot of the stuff, so I'm not going to complain too much, but then you get games that are launched like on Onimusha and 1 and 2 have come out, and they're more traditional kind of remasters, where we were talking about System Shock 2 and how that might strike you. I think there's a lot of different angles for it, but I don't really mind it because things, as you said, Chris, are so disparate. Like it's about unifying these different experiences for people to play in single places. All right.
Yeah.
Bruno Giuseppe Moretto wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Guys. So No Man's Sky just launched another free update with tons of content. I love that the game has gotten a second life, but with no microtransactions or in-game store, I don't really understand how they're making money to keep things going after so many years. I'm not complaining at all. Just curious if you guys have any idea how they managed to sustain this when almost every other game is pushing microtransactions or paid content. Keep up with all of your amazing work." It's loyalty, I think. I think people like sticking around. There must be ways to spend money on the game as well. And it could be Dustin, it could just be Joe Danger money as well. You never really know. But there is a Hello Games bundle of, which is nice. It's $54 on Steam for all of their games. The Joe Danger 1 and 2, that game, The Last Campfire, that they randomly did. And then they're working on that game Light No Fire, right? That's going to be kind of like No Man's Sky, but about a planet. And it's like an exploration game, I think. And the planet's supposed to be like literally the size of Earth. So again, they're making like these claims that got them in trouble the first time, but I think that they've learned their lesson. They're a great redemption story, and I think a lot of it just comes from the idea that you engender loyalty. People buy it. I looked up sales figures when I was preparing for the show. We don't have strict modern sales figures for No Man's Sky, but it was at 10 million copies in 2022. I think that's pretty healthy. Yeah. Hello Games is also small. They also got a lot of money from Sony when the game launched. And they have had other games that have done well enough for them to proceed. The Joe Danger games weren't huge, but they did well. Those were like timed PS3 exclusives people might remember from back in the day. They were like weird, almost like Sight Bike-like racing games. And much more sophisticated, obviously. Maybe more of something more like Trials, actually.
So yeah, I don't really know how they do it, but there are these certain games that are able to thread the needle. Guild Wars is the biggest example for me, because as I understand, that's like you buy into that game and then like you kind of just get everything supported. It's a model that I think it's a very dangerous model, but I think it works pretty well. So my assumption about No Man's Sky support is that it's a relatively small team. It's relatively easy and cheap to do. They're probably working on other projects. They probably have publishing partners and outside funders, and they probably heavily believe in their next game, and they should. I mean, they're one of those guys that will be with one of those teams, I should say, that would easily be able to segue the success of No Man's Sky into Light No Fire, or whatever the fuck that game is going to be called. So that's my take on it. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add. It's been a while since Joe Danger came out. I forgot.
Yeah.
I never played The Last Campfire either, which is kind of a more linear game, I think.
I think part of it too, if I remember either an interview with Sean Murray or one of these updates, that they said that part of the updates they're doing for No Man's Sky is that as they're building their new game, they are incorporating some of the different things that they are building into No Man's Sky. So it's like one of those things where it's like, well, we made this and I'm assuming it runs on the same engine. Why not we incorporate it into No Man's Sky? And I think a big part of it too, and this is related to the story that's been going around about Team Cherry, is that I was trying to find the head count for Hello Games, which you were talking about this, Colin, but it can't be that much. I think Wikipedia...
I mean, I remember their office space being small. Yeah, it says 45 as of 2022. That's a very small team for what they're...
So
for multiple games.
Even if it's... I'm assuming it's higher than that now, but even then, they've made so much money. They might just be like, fuck it. We've made a shit ton of money. We're making a new game, and we can just continue to support this and continue to get new sales from it. And
yeah,
just because they like it.
Yeah.
They made enough money. No one owns them.
Yeah.
So they're not beholden to make as much money as possible.
Yeah, I've been curious about No Man's Sky lately. Just because like I haven't played it really since like launch. Like I dived in like for like a second, I think recently to test that on like Steam Deck or something. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I kind of want to. The new update has like group ships where you can have like a ship with your boys, and
cool.
That sounds fun. That last time I tried to play it, and this was a few years ago, so many years after launch, but not recent. Like some of the different crafting mechanics were so in depth that it scared me away. Just because I was too lazy to learn how to do it.
Yeah.
It really is one of the great redemption stories, and it's trodden territory, but well-tread territory, where people compare it to what happened with Cyberpunk later, but I actually think it's a pretty distinct situation where underneath the hood of Cyberpunk was a great game. It just wasn't running right. It was completely, technically in bad shape, but the game was there. I don't know if you guys remember, you have to really go back because it's been about almost 10 years, but there was a lot of interesting controversy around the game when it came out about things that were not true about it.
Yeah, the multiplayer stuff.
Right, like people being able to find each other. I vaguely remember people claiming they did find each other in a game, but it wasn't technically possible or some weird shit where it's there was a lot of just things working against it. And the game wasn't in the shape that it was supposed to be. It wasn't doing, in other words, it wasn't a technical issue. It just literally wasn't what it was supposed to be, or what they were saying what it was. And they really turned it around, as opposed to Cyberpunk, where it was always what it was. It just wasn't running right.
To be fair, it was a technical issue as well, because it was crashing a lot on those original original PS4, like in the original launch window. I remember Twitter just being lit up with just screenshots of, the application has crashed or whatever on the PS4 dashboard.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was everything.
I refunded it when it came out on PlayStation 4 because of the crashing, and this was when I think Holly and I were recently married and living in an apartment and poor, and it's I spent a bunch of money on this game, and you could only buy I could only buy so many games at a time. I was like, fuck this. And I think I returned the physical copy to Amazon. They accepted it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were having so many return requests for it. And I'm like, yeah, maybe at some point, but not right now when money is limited. It's Not for a broken game.
It can't be said enough that it's a great story that's unlike any other story, I think, just based on them turning it around. I played it when it came out on PS4. I don't remember the crashing issues. What I remember is it just being boring, where I was like, this is just fucking boring. What are we doing here?
That was also true.
Yeah. Life Well Wasted as the final inquiry this week for us. He says, greetings, SS crew. I listen to a good bit of gaming-centric podcasts and have been noticing a trend. If a podcast is centered around a platform, a handful or all of the hosts don't have deep knowledge on the history of the games of said platform. This seems to happen with IGN podcasts, in my opinion. Should the host and co-host have to do homework before jumping in the seat? Thanks and have a great day. I find that hard to believe about IGN. I mean, I don't even know who the fuck does Podcast Beyond anymore, but Podcast Unlocked, their Xbox podcast, is driven by Ryan McCaffrey, who is arguably the most knowledgeable person about Xbox I've ever met in my life. And then I don't know who does their Nintendo show, but Damon doing Game Scoop is a very credible person as well. So it's probably a little hit or miss over there. I really don't know what they're doing. But this question stuck out to me because I wanted to speak a little bit about my philosophy on our show and like what I think makes the best show, which is even for whether you have a platform show or not, like so you have something like Summon Sign or whatever, I think you should have a variety of people with a variety of buy-in and different interests where there should be overlap in things you love, but things that they bring different to the table. So like everyone being a hardcore data nerd or really in the weeds on the most obscure shit it brings replicated value to the show. Having three of me, I think would be kind of corny and stupid. Rather, I think like we have what I love first of all about having the two co-hosts I do is that you guys are younger than me. So you have a whole totally different view on PlayStation, especially than I do, because PlayStation, you came into a world where PlayStation existed basically. And it was always part of the gaming landscape. And I kind of saw it come in and remember a world before it and after it. And I think that alone gives people a different perspective on the brand, the access to the games and the games that struck them at different times. And so having like staggered ages, I think is actually kind of nice too. That's not always possible. And it's not something you can program for, but I feel like that's actually something that if it can be done intentionally, it ended up being one of the most serendipitous things about the show. Is it's not a couple of old heads necessarily talking or just a couple of kids who were not even around when the PS3 existed or something. So I think that like we have a pretty nice balance of people like where should homework be done? A little bit, but I'm of the mind that we're all enthusiasts and we all kind of read up and keep up with things. And then you kind of just have to prepare mentally for maybe the specific things that will come up on a specific show. But homework, I don't know if I would call it that. It's what I've been saying recently about just the idea of being around and how games are such a unique medium where you can't really conceivably ever catch up. If you're born into now, right? And then 10 years from now, you're like a young kid and you're really interested in like the history of Nintendo. I don't know that you have any hope of being able to play everything. Right? Like, how could you?
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it's not, and I was comparing this, I don't know what it might have been on the stream we did maybe, Dustin, where I was saying like, it's like film is different because there's so many films, but you can just get through them quicker. You can almost bang out like a shit ton of things if you're really focused. If that's what you want to do, you don't just consume media or whatever. But I think that like the one thing I realized that is an advantage for me in the creative space is just my age. And for every once in a while where people are like, what old man cares about this or he's talking about this, it's like, listen, young whippersnapper, there's something very unique about being in this position at this age. So I guess what I'm saying, Life Well Wasted, is there are many different ways to skin a cat. But I think that people should be prepared for what they're talking about. That's the least you can expect. Apart from like what you bring to the table, I think it should be different for each person. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. I thought it was a great question.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything you want to add, or are we good to wrap this silly show up? This show was a little off the rails.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I would just say, agreeing with this question, is that I think that it is essential if you're doing a platform specific or just even any podcast about one thing, or focused on one thing. It's like, you got to have an anchor, where if it was just me and Chris, then
Yeah.
I don't know if just Chris and I really could do a PlayStation only show. Like, it would not work. So
No.
Colin, if you die, maybe Chris and I will keep the spirit of the show alive, but I just don't know if it would. I think you got to have some level of deep authority. So I don't know. Maybe that's what's happening at other places, but yeah, you got to have that contrast. And I think that's what works for us just is that I know, like, when I saw there was like PlayStation 6 stuff, which unfortunately it was a little out of my grasp, but I'm like, okay, this is the one area where I know Colin is going to try to lean more into what I think as far as technical stuff. So I'm like, okay, that's what I bring to the table with shooters and stuff like that. That's Chris's, or Xbox stuff, having more of a foot in that camp. It's like we all have our different areas that we can try to bring as much as our quote unquote expertise or at least interests into the show.
Yeah. Xbox becoming a bigger part of PlayStation is actually really serendipitous, considering our makeup. Because I don't know if there's going to be another. I don't know if there is another PlayStation podcast that is going to know Gears of War as much as me, quite frankly.
Yeah, true enough. And it's funny, like, because it's come up in the past. Like, I have thought about, like, what would I do if Chris didn't want to do the show anymore, or Dustin left, or whatever, we would lose people. It's like, the one thing that I know for sure is that I wouldn't lean into replicating that version of the show ever. Right? Like, So for instance, we have like a more comedic, and I think it would always be a little silly, but like we have this like kind of comedic, very natural, whatever. I was like, you can't really go into that. I might lean more into like the expertise thing, right? Go in a totally different direction to or even just stop doing the show and rename it and do something else, right? Because I think also the individuals bring the whole cadence and nature of the show. That's why, again, I brought up, and it bothers some people, but like my old show podcast Beyond still goes, and it's like, this is a really weird thing that, like, I would just rename the show at some point and let people like unencumber themselves from the history of it at the same time. I feel like that's very intimidating. But I do wonder what A Life Well Wasted, what IGN shows you're talking about, because when I think of Ryan, when I think of Damon, Destin's not there anymore, but he would be another one of those guys where it's like, these are pretty knowledgeable people. Ryan has basically covered Xbox the entire time it's existed, which is pretty crazy. So I loved it. I love him. I mean, he's a great guy, but I loved working with him. He was like, you know how you work with people in your professional life and you don't respect all of them, but you definitely respect some of them. He was like one of the guys where it's like, yeah, like I definitely like this guy. And Damon was the same. All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. We've gone on long enough. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone before we exit. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Are you gonna go to the curtain store?
I don't know. I think I might need a nap or something.
Oh,
that sleep was just not good. I don't know. It's a bad round.
Yeah.
So I might just like catch some 30-minute Z's, then back into Gears of War. I kind of want to bang Gears of War out because I have some time before like stuff starts coming out. I do want to get to Metal Gear Solid at some point. Maybe I'll wait a little bit for a patch and just, I don't know. There's a lot coming out really soon. So I gotta plan out my next couple weeks.
Okay. Well, Godspeed to you. Be well. Good to see you as always.
You too.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Any plans?
Goodbye.
Anything you want to say before we go?
Some shameless self-promotion, but related, because it's Sacred Symbols Plus related. I'm doing my punishment of Overwatch 2 on Sunday night at 7.
Oh, fun.
On my YouTube channel. So I will fulfill the debt.
Yeah, and
maybe not all.
And you,
well, not wait. Did I say Sunday? Saturday.
Ooh, God,
Saturday night at 7.
Jesus Christ.
So Saturday at 7 with Lockmort streaming Overwatch. Be there. I don't know if we're going to do the full 4 hours that night, but then we'll have the following day before September 1st. So I'll be in the clear.
Cool. And then we'll be live. Well, I got to figure out what I'm going to do on Monday. Because it's Labor Day, I have to go to a barbecue, but I do want to be consistent. So I want to at least do some small thing. I might just like do a Q&A or just kind of dick around for an hour or two. But just so we're there, we're live. I always make fun of people for not being consistent. So I'm going to be the last person that's inconsistent. So we have to figure that out.
Yeah.
But the Gears of War stream will obviously already be it's going when this or will be going right around the time this publishes, so you can go find it in VOD on YouTube if you'd like. We'll make that free for everyone. Otherwise, yeah, just have a good weekend. Be well. Labor Day right around the corner, so it's exciting, and closing the pool soon and kind of segueing in the fall. It's in the 70s now, so it's definitely cooling off. Days are getting a little shorter as we ease into fall. My friends, thank you again for your time, and thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Could not do it without you. Your support is greatly appreciated and indeed essential. Patreon.com/laststandmedia to support us however you can, and laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.